Let me see. Should I? Make some changes here. One side is a little more. It's kind of longer. And the reason it's growing longer is because I cut it on the bias. Just want to do some markings really quickly. I don't think I really need markings there. I'll make them anyway. It doesn't matter, I guess. One mark there. Okay, be honest. Some of these put that mark in there. Mark in there. I don't think I can see that. I'll put a pin just in case. I'll pin them to go together. Hey, T Will. Hey, Rainy Woman, how you doing? Yeah, I decided I'm gonna have to I gotta get this done. This was supposed to be for a birthday gift. and I need to get the fabric out the way. Okay. And it was supposed to be a birthday gift, and the birthday was in March. And I was like, okay, I'm feeling better. I just don't want to do a lot of talking, you know. And so I'm gonna just get this out the way so I can get that fabric out the way. Because every time I wake up, for some reason, this fabric is in the way. And I think hubby might be doing it, you know. Now, I'm joking when I said it because I bought the fabric, you know, because I know he liked cowboys. And I was like, hey, what I'm going to do is, you know, it was a little on sale because this fabric is expensive. Like, licensed fabric is just more expensive. And when I say more expensive, that doesn't mean better quality. And to me, a fabric that isn't high in quality, but is high in price, is what I call expensive. You know, they have some fabrics that are $30 a yard, but I may not consider them expensive. I would call them luxury, right? I would be like, this a luxury fabric. Um, I don't really buy a lot of luxury fabrics unless somebody, you know, want me to make them something in particular. Because I make everything, right? I make everything. So, and because of that, I think it limits me on just sewing whatever I want to sew because I sew everything. Curtains and pillows and balances. I sew pants and shirts and jackets and vests and hats and caps and pillow, you know, and bags, right? Tote bags and actual bags and backpacks and book bags and laptop carriers and like even cup holders and I don't even buckets. I just made my own grow bags. I sold some grow bags the other day. Um, and because of that, when I go in, decide I want to go into the fabric shop, and I just start looking at fabrics in order to get an idea of what I want to make, and then I end up possibly walking out of there with nothing. Now, if I go into the fabric shop with an idea of what I'm going to make, I know what I'm going to make. We know what color. We know what type of fabrics and textiles and everything. It's easier for me. I just go in. You tell me you want a vest, burgundy in color. Then I go in there and look for some burgundy fabric, right? That's easier than me going in, because I really walk around the store, and when I could see me using all the fabrics for all types of things. A fabric that I might use for dress. I might see another fabric that I might use for curtains. You know? Hey, bitch Todd, how you doing? Hey, Miss Not for Everybody, how y'all doing? Now I'm supposed to be going live on the other channel because I want to review a video where Dr. Umar's daughter. I wanted to review that and how I think, and wanted to know how y'all thought that conversation went. Because it was crazy. Like that conversation was crazy. But I'm gonna talk about that another day. Maybe I could sew and talk about that. The problem is I can't review it, like, because I want to sew. I want to make this pattern, y'all. And I think I was doing this pattern, what it was, like a week ago, maybe 2 weeks. Don't quote me, I'm bad with timing. But I was cutting it out, and then I realized I came to a piece that threw me off, y'all. Okay, it threw me off. And the reason it threw me off is because, like, I draft my own patterns. I don't really sew by patterns. So because I don't sew by patterns, I decided, let me sew by pattern. Okay. I figure this is baby steps. Nothing wrong with this. This is the beginning. This should be the beginning of your sewing journey right here. This is a pattern. And they trick you, though. They trick you because they'll put beginner on the pattern, and then they'll put advanced. They'll put those type of things on the pattern to make you think that you're getting better with different patterns. And then so you will think this is the way to sew. This is how you do it. You just want to start at the beginner, and then you're going to work your way up to the advanced. But what I'm telling you is that this is baby. This is you being born. By the time you get to advanced, now you might be in kindergarten, and anything, if you using a pattern to sew it, you are in kindergarten. You are stifling yourself. You are not bettering yourself. Nothing's wrong with using a pattern, right? In fact, it's supposed to be just a guide. But that's not what they tell you now, do they? No, baby. They'll show you this pattern, and then they'll have another pattern and another pattern and another pattern. But if you ever looked at the pattern pieces, you'll see that a front is a front and a back is a back. The front of the pattern is the front of a pattern. And it don't matter what kind of shirt it is. It don't matter if it's a button-down shirt or V-neck shirt. It don't matter if it's a bodice, right? The front of your bodice and your back of your bodice is going to be the same as the front of the bodice on any type of shirt. And see, they don't tell you that. So every time you see a pattern and you be like, oh, I like that dress, then you buy the pattern. But the truth is, if you got this pattern, you can make that dress with the same pattern pieces. With the same pattern pieces. You can make a dress with the same pattern pieces as this top. This is a jacket. That's the top that I'm going to make. But what I'm saying is you can make a dress with these same pattern pieces. That's all I'm saying. But they're not going to teach you that because they want you to buy patterns. Patterns have gotten more and more and more and more expensive, right? And right, I don't know how much, because I bought this. The only reason I even have this, I bought this from somebody on Facebook. I'm trying to look. I bought it for like, I don't know, maybe $2 or something like that. Maybe even less than that. right? I bought a lot of patterns from her, and it was really dolls, like me wanting to get into Raggedy Ann dolls and stuff like that. And she had this one. I was trying to get like, I think it was a lot of them, where 5 of them for a certain amount of money or something like that. And I chose, when I saw that she had this, I chose this. So this is the only pattern that I got from her that was of clothing. The others was of dolls. Okay. And I do have a lot of patterns. I'm thinking about selling them, reselling them. It might, you know, brand new, never cut into, all that good old stuff. And the reason being is because, like, quite a few months, not months, I'm sorry, years ago, before COVID hit, I would go into Joann's and they would have a sale on patterns for 99 cents. I'd be like, 99 cents. Okay, let me go and, let me go through these things. Let me see. And so I bought the patterns. But the prop that and I can show you what I did. I think I explained this before. I Because these patterns come in different sizes. Like this pattern is for size. This is the BB. I'm not sure if y'all can see it up there. It says BB, and BB means something. It means large and extra large. So that means there's an AA and a BB. AA gonna be the smaller sizes. BB gonna be the larger sizes. But it's the same pattern, right? Same everything. And that's how they get you. So let's say I wanted to make something for myself and one of you, right? And you wear small and I wear the extra large. Same dress and everything. And we look at the pattern and be like, girl, I want that. And you be like, yeah, I want that. And I'll be like, okay, we're gonna make it. I gotta buy one for your size, and then I gotta buy another one for my size. That's what they want you to think. That's what they want you to think. And that's what I did. Like I remember at that I spent maybe $30 on patterns, and most of them was the same pattern. I just got it in a smaller size and I got a larger size. Because I was thinking, well, if somebody want me to make them something, I'm gonna have the patterns there for they can flip through, tell me what style dress they want, and then I could just pick it up. I'm gonna tell you why I found that to be a big issue. I'm gonna show you, as a matter of fact. This is what the pattern come out looking like. It comes in a big thing like this, and all the pieces are on here. Now, I've cut some of the pieces already, but not a lot of them. I only cut the pieces I needed. But I had to open this whole thing up, boom, boom, figure out which ones I needed, and I sliced it and hurry up and got it out of there. And then you could tell that I really didn't really open this too much, because if I had, it would be hard to put it back in. It's a big hassle, y'all. It's more hassle than needed. Okay. It's more hassle than needed. I guess I'll have to do another video showing you how you can eliminate all that hassle. Because I promise you, you would rather draft than to go through all of this. So you would never be able to put it back in there anymore. Oh, that's why people have they have these plastic little things that I even purchased. What they at? You know, those little plastic, I think, where you could put your work in that you typed up. You could put them in there and laminate them. It's kind of like that. I bought a whole lot of those so I could put this stuff in. This is what the woman sold it into me. Okay. When I bought it from her, she had it in this plastic bag already. But anyway, let's get to what we're doing. So the other day, or whenever it was, I was trying to do this. I got to this piece and it threw me. Like I just went on a rampage, right? I started talking and rambling and blah, 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 blah. Because this shit is wrong. Okay? Now, I made my husband this shirt many times. It's a scrub top for his work. He loves them when I make him special ones, because nobody else got them. Nobody not only got them, they probably in the whole world, they may not have scrub top with cowboys all over it. You know, like you really got to get that custom made. You can't buy that. You know what I mean? But anyway, when I made his scrub tops, I drafted his top. But this time, because remember I said I bought that because I was buying other things and it was a lot of them. And when I saw it, I said, oh, let me just get it. So I decided to use it to make this video. And this is the V-neck collar. That's what this is. This is the V. It says it's piece number 10 neckband. That's what they call it. They tell me to cut 2. You cut 2, just like I did when I drafted my own. And man, I went crazy. I feel like I went crazy because it was real simple. I could have finished that video. I don't know why. I must be emotional. Probably was going through a hot flash at the time. Because this one little thing right here, see that arrow? That arrow threw me off. And because of that arrow, I went kind of like, oh my God, it's so wrong. What the hell are they doing? I don't trust them no more. I'm not going to do this. I need to now do this and that. I need to make sure that this is going to work because I didn't want to cut into the fabric and it be all wrong. I was like, oh my God, like, no, I don't trust them. And I ended up, hey, Elena, I ended up not doing the rest of the video, right? I ended the video without sewing anything together. So now it's crazy when I think about it now, right? Because, I see my point. If you as the pattern maker, a big box, simplicity of all, we all know simplicity if you know sewing. If you know patterns, you know simplicity, right? And if you made a mistake on this little piece, then now I really do see why I felt like I need to go and do measurements on the rest before I cut it, right? So it makes sense to me even now that I didn't trust them and I didn't want to cut in that fabric just to do a video. Just, you know what I mean? Like if I'm gonna do the video and I realize they made a mistake, then they may have made other mistakes too. Let me go, let me backtrack and end this stream. So when I went back, I grabbed out the pieces that I had, and I took I had my husband's measurements, of course, and I did the measurements, and yeah, so this was close enough. Now, it wouldn't be what they consider extra large, but that's what they consider it. So I just went along with it. I figured, okay, it's the measurements I needed for him. Okay, but it is on their extra large. There's a few things I'm gonna make changes to, but cool. So I cut the front and the back. And then today I cut this piece, but I didn't really, their piece and my piece was almost the same. Let me see what my piece is. I think I showed that day too. Actually, it was basically almost the same, except that their line is going straight up and down, and my line was going from this corner to that corner like this. Okay. And so what does that line mean? That tells you to cut on the grain. And what is the grain of the fabric? The grain of the fabric tells you how the fabric lays, right? So let me see. So because this is easier for me to show y'all on something like this because it's printed, right? Because it's printed, you want everything to go this in this, right? Because cowboys and the stars, if it was going this way, your shirt would be looking crazy, right? Because, right, you wouldn't want a shirt where the words are going either upside down or backwards. The grain of the fabric, though, the print, hopefully the print is on the grain of the fabric, which helps you also know what the grain of the fabric is. But the grain of the fabric is with the selvage of the fabric, and it tells you how the fabric lays, right? So if I do this fabric this way and lay it, you see how it's kind of stiff, right? You see that? But if I do it this way and it kind of moves, and that tells us that the fabric, when it lays, it want to lay a certain way, and it lays to your body. If I put this on my body, I could create something and it'd be off grain. A lot of cheap fabrics be off grain, and not cheap fabrics. I'm sorry, cheap items most cheap items, cheap items gonna be off grain because it's a irregular. Y'all ever seen irregular fabric, irregular items, and you never wondered why it's irregular? Why is this shirt irregular? Because they may have cut it slightly off grain, but it's still a shirt, right? They still was able to make the front, the back, the everything. And I used to think that when I was young, I did not know why things was irregular. Like I'm like, it looked like a shirt. It looked like it. Look, they would have the shirts over here and the irregulars over here, and they look the same. Big price difference though, right? So I'm like, okay, this is irregular. You know who get irregulars? TJ Maxx, Burlington Coat Factory, them big stores that take extra merchandise. I'm not saying all their merchandise is irregular, but I'm saying those are the stores that get the irregular stuff, right? They'll because it still looks good and everything, and they'll sell it to you at a discount. But irregular. So what is irregular? That's something that was made and it wasn't made correctly. And one of those things with clothing is probably that it was cut off grain. And when you wear it, your body knows it. You could tell. Like your chest, instead of laying to your body like it should, it might be sticking out. And you wondering why this keeps sticking out? Because the fabric was off grain. It didn't flow with the body. It wasn't cut like this. It was cut like this. Okay. And so I explained that on that day, this arrow means that this needs to be cut on grain. But this is the neckline. And this should not be cut on grain. Because on grain means straight up and down. But the V neckline is not going to be straight up and down. Y'all see that? The V neck is going to go around the neck like this. So now you cutting the fabric like this, but it should be like this, which means you need to cut it at an angle. So this line shouldn't have gone up and down. It should have gone the way your body laying. And that way the fabric would be laying up and down, right? Because that means the fabric itself going to go like this, but I'm going to cut you like this. You see what I mean? And so it's going to lay like it should lay, right? You see what I'm saying? The fabric goes like this. You're going to cut it, the piece out of the fabric like that. That means the fabric still would actually be laying the way it should be. You just cut it you cut your piece like this. And then when you put it on your body, it's going to lay the way it's supposed to lay. But if I cut this piece like they told me to cut it, and then I put it on my body like this, because it's not like this, right? It's like that. That means it's all wrong. It's almost like cutting that piece like this. Look at that. You see how that droops? Think about this being on your neckline, right? And this piece it's going to do what it want to do because it don't want to do that. Because it really want to lay, it just want to lay like this. You see what I'm saying? So I've had those instances. I remember when I was a kid, when I was younger too, buying shit, and it's just not fitting on my body. Like it looks good on the hanger, right? It looks good on the hanger. When I bought it, I was like, yeah, that's the shit right there. I know what I'm going to do with that shirt. I'm going to put that shirt on. I'm going to put it on my neck, and everything going to be fly. And then when I put it on, I'm wondering why it's not, why is this keep puffing out? Why that neckline, that cow line, right? Y'all ever heard of a cow top? It's cow neckline. It's you have all this fabric drooping like this, but it look real good on us women, right? Especially if we got a chest line and it be like that, right? But you wondering why your cow neckline keeps sticking out. Why does it keep poofing out? Why? I remember having a shirt like that. I can imagine it right now, y'all, as I speak about it. It's crazy. And it would just keep poofing out, keep poofing out. And the whole day I kept just hitting it back, you know, getting it off my neck, off my actual neck. And it was rough too. The fabric felt rough because it didn't feel the way it should have felt. So I just want you to know, as an adult, y'all may not know, but irregular clothing means that something wasn't done properly. And so it wasn't cut properly. It was cut off grain. It made, like, I think I showed y'all a dress that my son bought me. He gave me the money. He actually bought that for my birthday of quite a few years back, maybe about, I think it was during COVID, because that's when all them sales was happening. Remember, there was a lot of clothing sales because people was indoors not working and shit like that. And I forgot what the name of the store. The one that Carly B was promoting at the time. I don't know if she still does it or not, but she was at the time. And I was like, I heard about her clothing line. I was like, okay, let me go check it out. My son said, hey, they got a sale, 50% off. And he said, and I'm giving you, you can have $100. Mom, I'm giving you $100. That's not the amount he told me, but I'm just giving that example. And I was like, okay. And I said, I'll check and see what they got. And I bought this dress. It's one of them dresses with the newspaper print. Y'all know what I'm talking about. It's just a regular dress, but I always like that newspaper print type of shirts and dresses and pants, even though I could never find any. I ain't really looked neither, to be honest. I tried to look for fabric. I might make my own newspaper print type of fabric. That would be cute. And then I could put what I want on it. It don't have to be whatever they put on it. You know what I mean? But anyway, that's what the dress is. And it's of course, y'all, it had the low cut in the chest. It fit me real great. But the back of it, y'all, the print is upside down. All the words is going up my back, upside down. The front, one side, the print is going down the correct way, and the other side, the print is going upwards. That means them people didn't take their time. They just cut, and when they probably, I know they realized that cut was wrong, but they're not gonna waste that fabric. They're gonna make them dresses, and then they're gonna sell them to you cheaper. Now the thing is, they didn't tell me that what shit was gonna be sold to me cheaper. They didn't even tell me it was wrong like that, irregular or nothing. I just bought it and they sent it. They know most people not sending stuff back. Most of us don't send things back. Some of y'all gonna pack that stuff back up and y'all gonna send that shit back. And some of us, we're gonna be like, shit, I gotta send it back. I gotta package it back up. Take my time. And then I don't even know if you gotta pay to send shit back. I don't know if I gotta mail it back to them. Do I pay to mail it back to them? See, that's how you know I don't mail stuff back. If once it comes to my house, I might claim I'm sending it back, and then that shit get put up in a pile some goddamn where until we decide to either give it the goodwill, give it away, or I repurpose it for something, depending on what it is. Okay, anyway, let me get to this. So that's what irregular stuff is. Ouch, got a pin. Hate that. I hate pins. That's why, look, I hate pins that I switched to safety pins. Okay, for those of you who hate pins, I hate pins. Do they hurt? They do not. I don't think I've ever really, like you hear me say, ow, but I didn't even prick myself. I felt the tip of the thing, and then I just said ow, and then I'd be like, I hate pins. Because I hate getting stuck. I hate pain. I hate the thought of getting stuck. And that's why I hate pins. So I switched to safety pins. Here's a whole lot of safety pins right here. Okay. Anyway, so let's get to me making this project. It shouldn't take me long. My sewing machine right there. I'm gonna put it right here, and we're gonna get it. Now, when I say don't take long, please don't think that mean it's gonna take 10 minutes or 15 minutes. you could be sewing a shirt for 3-4 hours. Okay. And that's not counting the hour it may have taken you to just to take the paper, that thing out the paper and situate it, and then another hour to cut it. Y'all, this is not no quick and easy. Can you make a whole outfit in a day? If you wake up at 4 a.m. and let's say what an outfit is. What is a whole outfit? Let's say if we gonna make a dress, you can make a dress in a day, but it's gonna take you 8 hours. Okay. Let's say a shirt and pants. Can you make that in a day? That must be your job, and you doing overtime. Okay, because it could take you 4-5 hours to do the shirt, and if we talk about pants, depending on what type of, how detailed, yeah, we talking about another 8 hours. You cannot make an outfit in a day. You might be able to make a piece of an outfit in a day. It might take you a whole week to make an outfit, depending on what that outfit is. Okay. So this is not quick and easy. If you want to make some quick and easy things, let's make us some pouches. Let's make us a bag. And I'm not talking about a purse either. I'm talking about like a tote bag. We can make a few tote bags in a day. We can make things like that. You could do that in a day. But you cannot, don't let nobody tell you that right before they went to the wedding on that Saturday, that they made that dress on that Saturday. If they told you that, they lied. Okay. And don't believe nothing they ever tell you out their mouth again. Okay. So when I say I'm gonna quickly put this together, what I'm saying is we're gonna see how long it may take. Okay. Hey, Silent. We're gonna see how long it takes. I've already cut the pieces out. Everything's cut out. This is the neckline in the back. This is the back facing. This is the pocket. That's what y'all saw me doing on with Sharon. I was just squaring it up for the pocket on the front of the shirt. This is the V-neck pieces that's gonna make the V-neck, and I'm gonna show you. See how it stretches a little bit, and that's the reason it stretches is because I did cut it the way it's supposed to be cut on the bias. Okay, I cut it. I did not cut it the way they told me to cut it. Okay, so as far as I can see, that might be the only change I made to the pattern, but it is an important change. If you're gonna make your own, then you definitely want to make it better than something you buy, right? And so it seems like the only thing I could see that would be make sure that neckline is right. Okay. And then I got the front piece and the back piece. Okay. The front piece is cut with a V-neck. I'm gonna show y'all what that looks like. This is the back piece. And that's the back piece. Now, I want to talk about the sizing. This, I'm cutting hubby. I cut him based on his size. I did draft. I did the measuring, make sure this is his size. It shows the extra large, but my husband did not wear extra large. So in the neckline, I went to the extra large because he's tall. But I'm gonna end up, when it gets to the waist, I'm gonna take off like a whole inch or maybe even 2. Okay, because my husband is not big at all. Okay, he only wear extra large in clothing that you buy in the store. It's because he is a tall man. And I think I used to hear stores big and tall, big and tall. They even have an area big and tall, big and tall. So they consider you, I don't know why they automatically you big just because you're tall. You could be tall and thin. But if you over a certain height, if you want your pants to fit you right, you got to go to the big and tall section. And then it'd be the craziest thing. How you doing, Silent? Okay, the big and tall section. Anyway, listen. So that's the back, and Remember when I mentioned once you have a pattern piece for your bat, you don't need no other pattern pieces for no bat. Okay. Um, I guess I may teach that later on when I do a little drafting, a little more drafting. I thought I did some drafting, but I don't think it was on this channel. I think it was on like other channel, probably when I was live. I don't even know. I can't remember, to be honest. Who knows? Okay. But I do want to, I think I want to teach people to draft. You'll have an understanding that you don't need to buy no patterns. You can buy patterns because it's going to be scary. Maybe at first you don't trust your draft. You don't trust this. You don't trust that. You should trust yourself more than you trust other people, right? Because your ruler, you know what I mean? If you look at a pattern piece, let's look at this pattern piece. This pattern piece ain't nothing but some markings. It's so simple, y'all. I don't even know. Like because even now I was like, okay, I'll do the pattern. It look like it's easier. It's not easier because it's still got to do the same measurements that I got to do anyway. Okay, there's some lines. So how do you make a line? With a pen or a pencil or a marker too. Boom. Okay, and then what else it got on here? Some paper, right? And yeah, and so you buy you some paper. Paper costs less than patterns. Okay, you're going to buy you wide enough paper to at least do half of your body. Okay, because you're gonna need that. Or you can start taping them together. You could do that too. I'm gonna be honest. Go to the Dollar Tree, get you some wrapping paper, and that's your paper for you to draft with. Okay, it's the cheap route, and a lot of them even have grid lines on the back of the wrapping paper, which make it even more easier for you. And you need a ruler. Okay, they come in different sizes, baby. Let me see. Um, they have this cheap thing that I got from the Dollar Tree. Do not buy this. Okay, I don't know what the hell I was thinking, baby. I don't know what the hell I was thinking about when I bought this from the Dollar Tree. I was thinking, oh, it's a ruler, right? Straight edge ruler. Don't buy this. Don't buy this for your kids, for school. Don't buy this for yourself. Don't buy this. First of all, it broke simply. I don't even know why. I wasn't even. It came in a 3-pack, and two of them just broke because the wind blew on them. I must have blew on them like, and it just broke. That's number one. Number two, it looked cute. You thinking, oh, it's cute because of the colors. Because one of them was pink, one of them blue, one of them was green. But I can't see them. I can't see them numbers, right? Even against the white paper. But discard that. Discard that. And the reason, like I can't see the numbers like that, right? I could see them, but the numbers that I would really need, it's a little more difficult to see because of the. I'm not sure, but you know what? I want to say discard that because maybe it's my eyesight. No, maybe it's my older eyesight. I can actually I could see the numbers, but when you're sewing, you got to see them. You can't just see the 1, 2, and 3, right? in this, what we gonna learn? You're gonna learn what a eighth is, a fourth is, right? 3/8 is. You're gonna know what a quarter is, a half is. It's easy for us to know what a half is and a whole number, right? But when you sewing, you will learn, okay? Because you would need to learn all of these. You do you need to know the exact number? No, but you need to know the points, right? Or if I tell you go 1.75, you need to know what 1.75 is, right? Or like I mentioned earlier over there by Sharon, when he said that he was teaching his son, homeschooling his son, who was in 5th grade, and I was like, do you even know what 1.5 is in other ways? Can you write it out in other ways? Right? Man, when they get up there and they start talking about they the educators of their family, I have always said I cannot be no educator of my family unless I'm teaching them something I know. It would be a fool of me to just start teaching things that I do not know just because I feel a certain way about something. How can you even feel some way about something you don't know? I don't understand it. I'm not mad at strangers. I don't know them. I'm not mad at them. I have no feelings towards them, and therefore I ain't got nothing to say. No thought process. No nothing. These men just think if we ask them a question. Some of them, right? We ask them a question, and instead of them saying, "Well, I don't even know what that is, and I have no thoughts on it at all," they'll think about it for a second and then start giving you they spiel on what they feel. And I'm like, but how do you even have feelings on something you know nothing about? That's my next question. Like, I don't know. Then we had another one yesterday talk about he don't feel anything. He's a man, so it's not about feelings, and you can't talk. I'm like, okay, it's either it seems like it's either at this extreme or that extreme for them. And the problem with them, they don't know that there's life is in the middle, and you might be jumping from this to this while you're in the middle, right? You're in the middle, jumping from all around, but the extremes is way over here. The extremes is way over here, and most of us, mostly everybody throughout your life, hopefully you're playing in the middle, right? You may feel this way over here about this situation, and then you might feel this way over here on that situation. You might feel this way on this situation today, and then a whole year, 2 years, 3 years, you might feel this way over here about the same situation. That's life, and nothing's wrong with none of that. Okay, nothing's wrong with none of that. But this extremism that we got going on is crazy. Okay, it's a lot of extremism. It's not beneficial to anyone. Let me get to what I'm getting to. This is this is the front of the shirt. Let me put it against my body. This is the shoulder. And as y'all can see, how do you make a V-neck? Baby, look, you don't need no pattern. Look, I watched somebody, and even I was shocked. Not shocked that it worked. I was because I don't like money and things and value means different things to me, like value, right? Will I ever buy some fabric, sit it down, and just start cutting, saying, well, this might work? Zzz, zzz. Hell no. I think, like, but if because I don't know. Even though I know all I need is a V, I still want to do some measurements because I feel like once it mess up, even though I know it depends on what I got, what I'm working with, I might be able to fix if I messed up that. I don't know. It just maybe it's because they taught us to be particular, measure things and stuff like that. So I am always amazed when I see somebody just lay it down and say, "Well, this look like what a collar does," zip, because that's true. A collar and a neckline is just a circle. If you want it in a V, you make it you cut it sharply, right? If you want it a boat look, if you want a turtleneck, then you absolutely just take off a little bit for the neckline. Um, you know, it's really simple if you think about it, how clothes are constructed. I think I gave a little example. Clothing, we're working with rectangles, squares, triangles, and some circles, right? We're working with shapes and we put them together to form clothing around our bodies. That's it. That's it. It's really that goddamn simple. You can make a shirt out of a circle. You can make a shirt out of a rectangle, and you definitely can make a shirt out of a square. And because the bigger these things are, the and the type of fabric you use will determine the fit. But you don't need no patterns, truly. Okay, you really don't. But because my brain goes into, hey, I want to make sure it fits my body. Let me take these measurements. Then that's when the drafting comes. But y'all heard of people doing what they call draping. Yeah, baby, you don't need, is it, you know what I mean? Now they draping, and draping really is done on your body. Although they have mannequins and things like that, it's really done on the person's body. And you don't, there's no patterns needed. You take that, you put that fabric, whole big ass piece of fabric across your body, bam. And then if you want this, oh, you want a V-neck right here, and you cut, boom. You want some armhole right here, you just cut and cut that shit out. That's how they used to make clothes. You still can make clothes that way. Okay. So don't let nobody tell you got to be technically one way or the other. Okay. Um, you could literally put a sheet on your head, over your head. You know that in order to put the sheet over your head, you got to cut. You got to cut a hole in it to get your head through it. That's part one. Just as quick as you make that hole, put your head in. That's where you put the other holes, and then you start tugging where you want it to fit you. You want it to be more fitted. Then grab that fabric and pin it there. And so when you get to the sewing machine or hand sew that shit right there, bam, boom, bam, you got garments. Okay. I'm scared to kind of do it that way. I think if I went to some type of seminar or something and the fabrics is right there for us to do what we want, I think I would have fun doing it. But yeah, I think I would have fun. I've never draped anything off anybody's body. Okay. So I would never claim that I know how to do it. But I'm gonna be honest, it looked real simple. It looks easier than the shit that I'm about to do right now. Okay. Anyway, here's this the back part of the shirt. I already showed y'all this little piece right here, just cut out for the neck to fit through. Now it is, you only do one side of the body because whatever's on this side is on this side. Unless the only way you don't, that's not true, is if people who have mental handicap issues, right? Some people with scoliosis and different things, one arm may be shorter than the other one may be longer. I think all of our bodies like that, but slightly. So it's so slight that it's not noticeable. But then there are those people who have different conditions where one side of their body is different than the other. Okay. But for the most part, in general, whatever you do on this side, you do on that side. And that's why this is on a fold. This is the full back pattern. It's just folded. Okay. And the reason it's easy to fold and make it this way because I don't have to go cutting and then go over there and cut that side. You know what I mean? And I didn't have to make this big ass piece for its full back. It's easier to just split it down the middle, fold it, and when I cut, the arms should be the same on each side, right? Because I know it's the same on each side because I cut them the same on each side. See how simple? So that's what that is. Now, so let me give you an example, show y'all what I'm talking about. This is the front folded in half. And now this is the front not folded in half. And that's the V-neck. See it? Y'all see it? That's the V-neck. Okay. This shit is simple. For those of you who have like y'all come up with ideas of how y'all will fashion yourself, if you only knew how to sew. Well, baby, you won't even need no sewing machine to sew. I can actually, if I wanted to, sew this by hand. I could sew this by hand. This whole shirt is not gonna be that difficult. And the only reason I won't sew it by hand, first of all, you can't just grab most of the needles that you and I know are not the needles you sew by hand. Okay. You really buy some needles. You buy hand sewing needles. Hand sewing needles are not those things that we see in these little sewing kits. You know what I mean? Where they got this little foil with maybe 5 needles in it, and then they have a few other things in there. Hell nah. What's going on, Brandy? No, no, no. Those are not hand sewing needles. Those are mending needles. And the reason they're mending needles because you're not gonna want to sew very long with those needles, right? You ever sewed something and it's you got to push hard, and that's because those needles not sharp. They're not really meant for sewing. Okay, they're mending. Some of those needles don't even have a sharp edge on them at all. Okay, so there is a difference between uh, sewing needles, hand sewing needles, and that crap in those mending kits. Okay, a sewing needle is very sharp. It's sharp enough where you don't really have to push hard. You just kind of go in. And I don't have any. They're not that expensive. Um, to me, they're kind of expensive because I don't hand sew. Anything I gotta buy that I don't use is expensive. Okay, shit. It just costs $1. Okay, am I gonna use it? No. Well, I'm gonna keep my dollar. I'm gonna keep my dollar then, baby. Why am I buying some shit I don't use? Um, but yeah, if anybody want to do a hand sewing classes, like if y'all want to learn blind stitches, cover stitches, back stitches, like there's like a dozen stitches that I know, and possibly dozens that I don't know. But the few that I do know that I do know will help you sew a whole garment. You won't need much. Okay, thread, needle. If y'all want to do something like that, I'll do something like that. I don't mind. But it can't be just like it could be just one person, right? But then it's just gonna be me and you, and we're gonna do it differently, right? If we're gonna do a group, then y'all got to get the shit. Y'all can't just get me to do it. I don't want a hand sew. I don't want. For those who hand sew, the people who like the hand sew and they hand sew, they'll do it for nothing. Meaning they'll do it because they enjoy doing it. I don't enjoy doing it. I'll do it to show y'all if that's what y'all want me to do. I don't mind doing that. I'm willing to share anything I know how to do, pass it on to any and everybody, anybody who want it. But I don't want y'all to just think that I want to do it, okay? Because I got a sewing machine. I ain't got one sewing machine, baby. I got 5 sewing machines. Actually, I got 5 sewing machines and a serger. I have 5 sewing machines. Okay, that means I don't want to hand sew nothing. I barely want to hand sew buttons on something. Okay, if I can get away with not putting buttons on something, I'll put a zipper on in a heartbeat. Okay, now anyway, I'm gonna go that I'm sewing this pattern, right? So we're gonna go by the directions. Now, if what I would do, the first thing I would do if I was doing it just on me, I would pin the pocket to the front piece where I want it to be. That's what I would do. I would then pin it in place and I would sew it in place. And then what I would do second after that, let me think. I would do the neckline, the V neck in the front. So I would have the front piece done, right? With those 2 things out the way. Yeah. Okay. And then let me see what else I would do. I'm only going by what I would do before I go through and see what they tell me to do, because I haven't read those yet. I would do the front piece pocket, because you can't put the pocket on after you sew everything together, right, y'all? The pocket got to just be flat by itself so you can sew it on. I would do the V-neck and everything, put that together, and then I would take the front and back and stitch them up at the shoulder. I'm not sure how I want to do his armhole, right? I mean his sleeve. So this type of pattern doesn't have a separate sleeve. I call it, I'm not sure what it's called for real, but I've been using the term homegrown sleeve. That means when you cut the piece out, you cut the sleeve into it. You see? So it's not a big long sleeve, but Usually, this thing would have been cut. Wait, I gotta see where y'all can see. This the shoulder, right? This the shoulder. And if it was a regular shirt, it would be cut like this. Boom, and straight down. And right up here is where you would put a sleeve. And then you would have to come up with a sleeve pattern. But what they've done is what I did. And the reason, look, if I would have known this existed years ago, I probably would have bought it. I'm not sure how old this is. But I didn't want to make a sleeve. I didn't know how to draft a sleeve back then. So this is how I would do mine. I would do it and I would add more to add the sleeve, cut, and then go around. So that's what this is. There's no sleeve pattern. Anyway, Mr. Cab, I'm not sure. I see you calling me over there, but my phone over there, I'm not about to get it. Okay, so I just need to stop because it's driving me crazy. Let's go. I didn't bring my which comes over here. Yes, that phone driving me crazy. Okay, so I call it homegrown because it's like it's grown on. You know, it's like home. I don't know what it's called. I'm not sure what it's called. Okay, but that's what I called it. I was like, yeah, I made a homegrown sleeve. I made the sleeve into the pattern piece. There's some good to that. It's easier. There's some negative to it too, right? If I was making my husband an actual shirt, where he moves around a lot and go and play basketball, active in, I would not make this type of sleeve, okay? But because it's his work shirt, right? It's a scrub top. He in the medical field, like he ain't lifting his arms up and and shit like that a lot. And so that's why I'm okay with this type of sleeve. So the good thing is, yeah, it's easy. The bad thing is if you do a lot of lifting. So imagine if he lifts his arms, what happens when he lifts his arms? That's not disconnected by anything. There's no disconnection, right? So when he lifts his arms, his shirt lifts. The shirt lifts, right? He lifts his arms, the shirt lifts up. It also happens with Komodos, and there's different things where they have sleeves like this. When you lift your arm up, the whole thing lifts up. He says it doesn't bother him because I asked him, he's been wearing the shirts I make for him for a while. Now the ones that they give him at work, there is an actual different sleeve. Let me see if I have one close by. I do not. I don't feel like getting up. Yeah. They do have a separate sleeve. So the ones that, his job gives him, yeah, they have a different sleeve. They have a separate sleeve that they sew in. So I asked him this time, I said, hey, do you prefer, is there a preference in the ones that I made so far versus when you wear the ones that I didn't make? And he told me no. I said, do you notice any difference? He don't even notice the difference. Because I said, you could be honest with me, right? Because I can make a sleeve. I could make a separate sleeve. It's no big deal. But he told me no, it was okay. Okay. So we're going to go with what's easier. Okay. But that's the pros and the cons to those type of sleeves. So let's see what they tell me to do. And let's get it. Oh, this is my first time reading this thing. I was going through this thing because I was showing y'all that it tells you how to save fabric. It did not. Remember, I was trying to figure out how they were doing it. It did not. It was not working out. It wasn't working out. So I was having problems all kinds of ways. Okay, that's the jacket, which I'm not making. And here's the top. And it tells me prepare one pocket and 2 lower pockets. Okay. I didn't even know they told you how to do that. But I know how to prepare pockets. I ain't worried about that. Okay, so I've already kind of prepared the pocket the way I do it. So they said see steps 2 and 3. On outside pin pocket to left front. Place upper corners at the large dots. Okay, so that's on the front. Is it the front? Yeah, that's the front. Okay. Now, I took the pattern piece off, but I'm going to show it to you real quick. On the pattern piece, they have 2 dots. There's 1 dot here, 1 dot there. I know you probably can't see it. It's okay. If you had the pattern piece and you were following along, you will see the 2 dots. And that's where they want you to place the top of the pocket. Okay. And so I had it folded twice, y'all. I don't know why I unfolded it. What the hell was I thinking? I don't know what I was doing. Oh, I do know what I was doing. Okay, I was lessening the bulk. Give me a second. I folded it, and then I folded you an inch. Like that. And then I'm going to kind of clip it, keep it in place. There's a better way. The last time I made a pocket for this type of shirt, I had found a video on how to make the best pockets. Oh man, I can't find that video anymore. Like that pocket came out so crisp, and I was like so proud. And nothing wrong with going and find little videos of little things. Like sometimes you might find this video or a video, you'd be like, okay, she showed me how to do this, but I want to know how to make a pocket better. So even though these are called patch pockets. A pocket that is patched on top of a shirt or item or pants, and they usually call patch pockets, right? Because it's almost like you made a patch and you put it in place and now you got a pocket. So that's the term. Then they got cargo pockets, right? Cargo pockets is basically patch pockets, but they have a gusset on it. A gusset means it makes it where it could be wider, right? So that's what a cargo pocket is. It's just a wider patch pocket. And it usually might even have like a, I was about to say lid, but that's not the word. You know, like the patch pocket, the cargo pocket, you have a something on top where you could close the pocket. Can't think of the name of it right now. But anyway, so I put it because I want it to be real nice and straight. And so they give me the dots and tell me, they kind of give you an idea of where it should be positioned. You know, because the last thing you want to do is make somebody an item in a shirt. The pocket is way too close to the shoulder or way too low, right? And I've done that before, y'all. I forgot when I made something. It was so many years ago. And I'm just thinking, oh, yeah, pocket go in this area. And so I just kind of pinned it and sewed it. And that pocket was almost close to my shoulder. Okay. It was way up there. It was crazy. It was funny. You know, it was back when I was younger. I was young back then. I don't even know. I don't even think was I a teenager, probably younger. And back then I did sew on my hands because I ain't have no sewing machine. My grandmother had a sewing machine, but we ain't had no sewing. My mom didn't have no sewing machine. So what I'm gonna do, because I didn't put no markings on here. Some people do put markings on. I don't. I have a ruler, right? And because I have a ruler, I measure. And then I go and measure and put it there based on that. Okay. Now it depends on the type of fabric, what color the fabric is, and things like that. Depends on how I do it. This ruler is not big enough, long enough, because it's broke. They broke. The only thing I use that for is a straight edge, if I want to make a straight line. Okay, here we go. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna measure from the top of the pattern piece to that and that looks like 10.5 inches down. So they went 10.5 inches down. Okay. Let's see. Ooh, look how far off I was. Look, I would have done it again. It would have been done again, baby. Okay. If I would have eyeballed it based on just eyeballing it, right? I'm looking at the V over here. I know y'all can't see it. Can y'all see the V right there? Right here. Y'all can't see it. So when I looked at when I put it there, I looked at this and I was in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna put it if I wasn't measuring, and you see where I put it, I said, okay, this the V-neck and I don't know why I imagined the pocket would be way up there. I would have did what I did when I was a kid, right? This is so far off from the 10.5. The 10.5 brings it way down here. And now it makes sense, right? Because the pocket looks like it's right at the tip of the V. I know y'all can't see the V. The tip of the V is right here. And when I measure 10.5 from there, it brings this in line with that right there, which he would have had a pocket on his shoulder, baby. He would have had a whole pocket on his shoulder. Now let me see how many inches from this side. Okay. I could either do it from the V, measure it from how many inches from the V. Yeah, let's do that. 4 inches. So here's the V. I know y'all can't see it. And this is getting to be a little crazy. But okay. And I'm going to put the right at the V. I'm going to put the 4. And so this goes all the way over here at the 4. And it goes at the V, which is up a little bit. Y'all see how I did that? And that's how you measure that. Okay. That's how you measure that. If I would have put the dots would have been there and there. Okay. And then I'm going to pin that in place. Shoes, I hate those pins. But they're the quickest for now. I could use, let me use this. Now, before I do that though, because I don't want to, I'm not going to pin that right now. I am going to chalk it though, because I don't want to have to come and measure that again. I'm going to chalk it. So this is just chalk, that's all, which means it comes right off. And I'm going to put, see, I can't see it because it's white. Let me put a pin there. Because I'm gonna sew this pocket a little bit. And I'm not worried about the other one. I just need that one. Yeah, that's all I need. Because I'm about to do something with this pocket before I do that. So I do want my pocket to be a little cuter. All right. It's clean. It's gonna be clean and inside. Cool. I'm good with that. But I do want to make a stitch across to keep that folded part down. I'm gonna do that before I sew that on. Let me see what they tell me to do after because they look like I'm gonna be sewing in a minute. Okay, so they tell me to okay, so once I got the pocket on cool, then I go down to reinforce front neckline, slit 5/8 from raw edge stitching. Wait, what? Oh, I said slit. I'm sorry. I read that wrong. To reinforce front neckline, stitch 5/8 from raw edge, stitching a long stitching line at center. What the hell? They want me to fold that over? Oh, hell no. No, we're not gonna be doing that. We're not gonna be doing that. I'm not following this shit right here. I know why I said split, because that's like what I should have been doing, right? But that's not what it said. Um, and then they really want me to that's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna show y'all what they want me to do, but I'm not gonna do what they want me to do because it's like this is like really baby, 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 baby. And then it's not even the best way to do it. But first, let me get the sewing machine. Okay, let's get to it, baby. Let's get to it. I can't even believe, like, that's what I'm saying, right? If you know, now, if you don't know, you're going to follow the instructions. But let me tell you, the reason it's going to be hard. And Mr. Bond, what you say? If the, what? What? If you made, I'm going to wear it regardless. Well, wait a minute now. Don't be telling people that. I mean, I know that's good, but if I ask you it's something better, so I can make it better, so I can make it better. You can't be telling me my shit look good and then it look bad, and then I'm continuing to. You see what I'm saying? Like, I do understand where when you love somebody, you do tell them good things, positive things, right? But I'm never gonna get better if I think I'm good. Like, if I'm making you a shirt the way I know you like the shirt made, because you tell me you like it, you wear them all the time, every week. Like, you wear a couple of my shirts every week. But then you can't then say, well, because I love you, I wear them. What the hell? And I'll be like, I love you too, thank you, but I don't know. You know, people. Well, I know they're good because people have bought them. You know, lots of people have bought them from you, right? Through you wearing them, you've been my advertisement. Y'all, my husband had got me so many sales on these shirts. Okay, he'd be at work and ooh, where did you get that army shirt from? They don't even care that it's a scrub top. I don't even know if he ever told, because when I talk to him, I let him know, well, you know it's a scrub top. And the only reason I tell him it's a scrub top, like, because if you want me to make changes to it, I can make changes to it. I can make it not a scrub top. You know what I mean? I can make it not a scrub top. But you can't tell me that. He said, I make everything look great. You're so funny. You do though. He tall and statuesque, y'all. He's real tall, and he walks like when I first remember seeing him. Now, I remember him, but we were in the army, so most of the men walk tall, head high. You know what I mean? But he still walks the same way, the way I met him. He looks the same way I met him. You know? My husband looked the same. Even though he went bald on me at some point because he cut his hair off in a bet that he lost. Okay, y'all. I hope I didn't show too much. Okay, y'all know I'm. He gonna be probably shocked at this view because I kind of did change. Is that plugged up already? My back hurt. Oh. which means I didn't wear medicine. I didn't take any medicine. Did I take any medicine today at all? At all? When I woke up. Damn, it's 4:30. When did I wake up though? I woke up pretty late because my phone wasn't charged. So, um, so I think I woke up about 11. 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 5 hours. Okay. That's about right. I had to make sure my medicine is on purpose because when I was in the hospital, I was all through for a loop. I was like, why am I in pain every 2 hours? This don't make sense. Come to find out they was microdosing me, y'all. And look, I'm joking, but they wasn't giving me my full medicine. Okay. Don't worry, I'm still dealing with them. Okay, because can't let just people mistreat you. But okay, here we go, y'all. Can y'all see? Y'all can see from the back. So the reason I'm showing y'all from the back, because first of all, it's easier, and secondly, y'all can see things that y'all probably can't normally always see. Like for instance, this here, this level brings the foot up and down. See that? What else y'all normally can't see? Y'all really can't really see the front anyway because I'm normally showing the throat point. But y'all can see both sides clearly from this position, right? And on this plate, there's measurements. There's inches, half an inch, quarter of an inch, 1/4 of an inch, 1/8 of an inch. And so normally, when I'm trying to tell people how easy it is to sew, you can't really see these measurements, right? You probably can't really see them too good right now. Now that you can't see the measurements, but you can see the throat plate. So let me give you an example. Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually I want to sew around this. Do I want to do that? I don't, but I do want to sew this top. Okay. What color I have in here? Black. I could do black. Black on the top, black on the bottom. Okay. Black on the bottom, the thread that goes at the bottom goes in this area here. It's called the bobbin thread. What is the bobbin thread? That's the bottom thread. Okay. That's the bottom thread. I could put any colors that I want, to be honest. I can have the top thread different than the bottom thread. Why would I do that? It would be mostly for an effect that I want, right? Where you could see the black on one side, the white on the other side. There's reasons why you would do it if you wanted to do it. And that's reasons why some people don't even care what thread is in their bottom, what color, you know what I mean? They don't care because it don't matter really, especially if you don't see it. I had his pocket so short that time, but I ain't gonna lie, it took a while. It was a technique. I gotta click this. It was a technique that I found. It was a YouTube video. It was a YouTube video, right? And they had a technique that pocket came out so sharp, right? This is not the technique, by the way, but this is kind of like a little bit of it. I'm gonna click this off right here. Wait, make sure. It's called getting rid of bulk in areas that you don't need it. But baby, if I could find that video, I wouldn't do it. Not today. It's a lot. They had me make a pocket out of a piece of cardboard, which I did today, right? But then they had me sew this part down and then go backwards with it. I remember the actual technique. Then I sewed like this, and then when I brought it down like this, it was like real sharp, something like that. Okay, something like that. But anyway, I just need to get that back in position, and then we're gonna do this a whole inch down. And the reason you do this, because people go in and out their pocket. You go in and out your pocket. You don't want your pocket falling apart from the inside. Okay? You don't want that. Nobody would want that. Now, when you buy one from the store, they don't give a shit. Okay, I don't know what you no telling what you might got from your shirt from your bought that you bought from the store. But if you bought something from myself, damn, I'm gonna have to do it inside out. I don't have no choice because I need to see. I need to be able to see it. I wouldn't want somebody bringing me back my shirt a year, 6 months later, talk about it's falling apart from the inside out. I would be embarrassed about that. I would be so embarrassed. I would give them their money back and make them a shirt for free. It would be so embarrassing. I'd be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry that happened. I'm so sorry. Okay, so let's see what we got. So I'm not really caring about the position over here at all because I'm sewing something down and I'm sewing it on the edge. Okay, so that's all I'm caring about is sewing this down. Oh, what a foot pedal. Oh, I didn't put it in. Okay, the foot pedal not in, so I'm gonna just sew without it. Make sure it's not too fast, okay? Oh no, wait. Let me. I have black in. Let me check that. See that black. What that black look like? Oh no. Oh, you can't really tell that is black actually. Wait, let me see. No, I could tell that black. Okay. Should I get blue? Okay, y'all. Let me get up. How do I gotta block this cam for a minute because I'm scared if I stand up, y'all might be able to see something. I don't want y'all to be seeing my private parts. Okay, I'm not over here trying to give no free looks and things like that. Okay, that's not what I'm doing. Okay, that's covering. Okay, cool. Let me get over here, grab some threads. I'm gonna pick the box. I hope the thing is in here. Let me see. If not, I'll just take all of it with me. I'm gonna need this. I need this. I'd rather white than that black. If I don't have a blue, so let me put that there. And let me see. I don't like this thing. How they bought me this thing. I don't know if that thing is just not working right. And also, oh, I need the seam ripper, which is right here. Okay, cool. Okay, we good? We good? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Let me move this out the way. The honest truth is, like, I'm just I wouldn't consider myself a perfectionist or anything, but yeah, no, I don't like that black. Can't even really tell it's black. It might not even be black. It look like it blended in kind of blue until I put it to the light, and then I can. I don't know. But I'm gonna take it off. It was just a few stitches, so it was no. Just go in there, kind of rip it like that. Okay, this is a seam ripper. Anyway, I'll be in the chat telling people that he would tell y'all my stuff is good even if it was bad. I don't even know what to say to that. I don't know. I don't know about I might tell him that I don't know if I would tell others that. I don't think I'll go around telling my friends, well, girl, I had to tell him that it was good even is because I love it. Be like, I might tell him. I don't even know. I don't know what's going on right now. I don't even know. I'm joking, y'all. I'm joking. I don't care about none of that shit. Let's see. Me and my pudginess showing. They get mad. They get mad because I'm showing my pudginess. They want me to be like in hiding. I'm in hiding because of my pudginess. What the hell? That don't make no sense. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna see if I could do it. We're gonna switch. I hope y'all know how to thread a machine. If not, I know I got some videos explaining how to do that. Okay, so I ain't going through all that with y'all. But we're gonna hurry up and thread this machine. First, we gotta unthread it. Okay, that was quick. You do need to know how to unthread your machine because if you unthread it the wrong way, you'll have to clean it more. You'll have to get somebody professional to clean it. I don't want to pay nobody no goddamn $75 per machine. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you, it's high, and you got to pay that before they even when you drop it off. They want their money. They ain't hearing no shit about when I come to get it, I'm gonna have it. Nah, I gotta have the money before they even take the machine. I don't have no blue. I know I do. I have a whole box of thread missing. It might be downstairs, but I'm gonna use white. Baby, we're gonna do white. Okay. I have all colors. Well, I have all primary colors and a lot of other colors of thread. I'm just missing a whole box. Okay, let's put this right here. Cotton thread. This is a 100% cotton shirt. If I use a 100% cotton shirt and I use polyester thread, did y'all know that's no longer a 100% cotton shirt? There will be a percentage that I have to put in to say that it's percentage of polyester. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And the only reason I said that because people don't really care about the opposite. Like Mona's is mostly 100% cotton and a small percentage of polyester. But think about when they tell you, folk, they might tell you that it's percentage of cotton and percentage of polyester. But it's more polyester than cotton because the cotton may only be the thread. It could be only be the thread. Okay. They try to get over on some of those things. That's why you got to still look at the number. They'd be like, somebody will tell you, oh, it's what? Those Chinese people do that shit all the time over there. On Temu and stuff. When you go in the direction, they'll tell you that they'll put cotton / polyester, but they won't put the number, the percentage. But for me, I know to go look, so I have to go read and all through their little details and everything. And then it might say 4% cotton. See, 96% polyester. Like, oh my God, they so funny. That's funny. That's so funny. That's so funny. Okay, that one's not much on it. This one has more on it. You can also use these as your thread at the top. You can also use these if you want to do a double needle. You can use this as a thread. You can put thread on here and put it at the top and run your thing through. You can do all sorts of things. Okay. I've never actually used, for this machine, I never used a double needle. I have quite a few double needles though, but I never used a double needle. I might try it. Monday, along the way, I might try it, baby. Don't play with me no way, 'cause I'll kick you in your romaine shit. Okay, let me see. Oh, I don't have my foot pedal. It's been a long time since I've not used my foot pedal. Ooh, come on, that's not good. Come on, isn't it? There you go. Wait a minute. It's moving slow because it wants to go. It's my fault, but it's okay. It's okay there. I don't remember cutting this on the bias. Did I do that? Wait a minute. Let me look at this. I ain't got too much choice now, but wait a minute. What the hell did I do? Wait a minute. It has, okay, it does have a little stretch. A tiny bit of stretch. Let me see. Oh, I'm looking for the foot pedal again. Let me get the foot pedal. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me cover this up again. Because I keep reaching for the foot pedal. Because I'm so used to it. I cannot believe this. I thought I tested that. See, so the difference in having a little, it's not a big deal, but when you find out that your fabric has a little stretch, you handle it differently. And while I'm trying to sew, I'm noticing, see, I'm pulling, this has some stretch to it. That's crazy. That seems like a lot of stretch, which that's why I asked that I cut this on the bias. Because, no, okay, that's the bias. Let me see. That's a lot of stretch. That's a lot. I would have, but I would have done, which I may do, I would have interfaced it if I'd known it had that much stretch in it. Stretch is like the plate in it. Let me see. See, remember when I mentioned, and I said this like when I first started this stream. Y'all remember what I said about expensive fabrics? Remember what I said? Where's my number? I said that expensive fabrics is what I consider cheap fabric, but it costs a lot. To me, that means it's expensive. It's not even worth the cost. And then I said there's what I consider luxury fabrics that cost a lot, right? They cost a lot, but they're not expensive. They're worth their cost. And so the only reason this is expensive fabrics is because it's licensed, and the reason it's licensed is because they put the cowboy print on it. They put a cowboy print on some cheap ass fabric. Now, it's not cheap, like $2 cheap, but it's surely not worth no $20 a yard. That's for sure, baby. The only reason they getting that is because of this cowboy logos and copyright and all that on here. That's the only reason, because ain't nowhere in the world I would have paid anything more than $6 a yard for something like this. Now, I did get it a little on sale because I didn't pay the $20, but I didn't get it nowhere near what it's worth neither. The only reason I bought this is because hubby loves cowboys. If I know he likes cowboys, so I got it for him. Okay, I'm going to have to handle this a little different. Either I'm going to quickly do it, or I'm going to interface it. Which one I'm going to do? We're going to do it. Anyway, got all that good. Now you're going slow. What the hell? Come on. Can't play around with this goddamn fabric. I thought I was dealing with a precious fabric. Oh, shit. Okay. That look good. Let's see the overlap right there. Can't get it out of there. It's a top stitch, and I didn't really do it like a top stitch, but I should have. Damn. Oh no, should I do it again? I'm gonna do it again. This feels like a canvas for some reason. That looks good. I'm gonna just do it from this point to the end. Yeah, let's do that. Without me, no, I can't do it from this side because I did it from this side. Was that the beginning? No, was that the beginning? The beginning. That's crazy. Okay, yeah. That looks like. Oh, damn pocket gave me problems. See, that's what I'm saying. Anything could give you problems in the morning, okay? That's crazy, though. That should have been the easiest thing ever. Okay, we top stitched that. Now let's put that on the front. Make sure I'm covered up. Yeah. Okay, let me find the. Okay, so right there. Shoot that. Put you there. Wait a minute. Oh no. Okay. Hell no. Wait, what? The bottom of this thing is down here. Oh, I see what I did. Okay. I just didn't have it angled right. I'm about to say. That's all wrong. Okay, that's right. Now let's pin you in place. Take you out of here. Boom, boom. I need to ask him, do he want it separated? Like some of them, I separate the pocket so you can put pins in one side and the phone in the other. I'm not sure if his phone could, if I split it with his phone fit in there. But hubby don't need his phone because he got a watch, right? But he do have a phone. Of course, he has two phones. I don't know if he put his phones in his pockets. Like his upper pocket. I don't think so. Not really built for that. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go and sew around that pocket, and I possibly will split it off because let's see if this thing is worth $1. Okay, this thing broke off at the 7-inch. Wait. Okay, let's see. This is a 6-inch pocket, and I could do a 2-inch and a 4-inch. But phones don't fit in 4 inches. I could do if I do a 1 inch, you put a pin, but even then it's still gonna be like um, 5 inches. Phones are not 5 inches. I think they're a little larger. I wonder if he want me to split it. Is he in the chat? No. Okay. I'm gonna just go around it, and we definitely gonna do a tack stitch at the top because this part is where pockets usually come apart. So I'm gonna go up and then down and go around. Okay, simple enough. Make sure. Yeah, this fabric does have more stretch than I thought. That's crazy. It has more stretch than I thought. But that's okay. Now that I know it, I know how to handle it. Okay, so as with the top of the pocket, I'm not really worrying about measurements, so I'm just looking at the item that I'm sewing. Okay, now I'm going to change that foot though. I am going to change that. Okay, I'm going to use an edge foot. Is that what it's called? I don't know. Okay, I call it an edge foot or edger. There's several ones that I have. That's an overlock. So the reason I call it an edger because it has, see that thing right here? If you look at the bottom, you can see it. Look like a look. You could run that along the edge of whatever you're sewing, and your needle will fall on whatever side you want it to perfectly, and it helps just align things. It could be called a align foot, I guess. You know, I don't know. I call it the edger. And I guess that's all that matters, right? Is what I call it when I'm using it. But these different feet, I know people be scared. They be like, because even I was scared. I was scared. Oh my God, look at they changing all these feet. Oh, I might have such a hard time. It's gonna be so difficult. Actually, these things make it easier. Okay, that's why I'm such a proficient sewist, because not because of me, but the tools I use. Right, the tools I use. There's tools that help me sew straight. There's tools that help me, do things. So for those who of us brag, like myself, I brag. Okay, I brag. But I promise you, it's the tools that I use. It's not that I'm a genius of any sort. But I will pull out all these feet and use them. Okay. Now, but I did not pin like I should have fully, but that's okay. I just want to make sure the pins that I did put is helping me keep everything where I need to be. I should have pinned better than this though, to be honest. And the reason I thought I had, because these clips that I had at the bottom. Okay. But yeah. And then I'm gonna put it down. Put it as over as I can. And we're gonna do a regular stitch. You hear that? It's like a little noise. It's not too loud, but that's a sign to me that I might need to change my needle. Okay. So make sure. Can pull it down? Okay, cool. And this is the difference between a more expensive sewing machine and a cheaper one. You see all this throat room I have from here to here, where when I turn, I'm able to put things in there. This is a more expensive sewing machine. The cheaper ones, you only have a small amount of room in this space. So this part that I have here will be closer to here. And then you would have that, people would be sewing like this. You see that? Where they would be like, oh my God, like, and they would be scrunched up like that. So this is like the $1,000 machines, and this is like the $200 machines. And depending on what you're sewing, though, it don't really matter. Like you could sew a shirt and things like that. You start sewing denim, thicker fabrics, you need more throat space. If you do quilts, you need definitely more. I wouldn't even, because like this would be a beginner maybe quilt with the throat. Anything smaller than that, they line. That's not for quilting. Because this is like, yeah, this is beginner quilting. Like this is really a small space if you talk about quilting. Okay. I'm gonna show y'all that. Y'all can look at it. And my sewing is listen. My sewing is straight. There's no crooked. There's to it. But it's not me. It is the tools that I use. Okay. All I had to do was keep that little piece right running along the edge, and it did the perfect everything going around. That's his pocket. And I'm not gonna split it off. Well, let me see what it looks like when it. Yeah, I'm not gonna split it. I need to decide now though. If I were to split, I would split it right there. Let me think about it for a second. Let's do 2 inches from the edge there. I could barely see that too. This is terrible, but 2 inches from the edge right there. Then I draw edge. I draw this line from that line, that line. Okay, and I'm gonna just sew right across there like that. And yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Actually, I'm gonna make that smaller. A couple of pins. Instead I'm gonna use that same line, but I'm gonna run it across the edge of the foot because I don't think you need a 2-inch, little patch there. And I'm gonna bring the needle as far over as I can. And that should be like maybe an inch and a half at the most. Okay. And then we're gonna just run it down. Okay, cool. And so you can see the line there that's just chalk. So that will blow away and simply go away on its own. Cut up the thread there, and that's the pocket. The pocket looks good. Here's this side of the pocket. Here's this side of the pocket, where he could put a couple of pins in there if he want. Okay, see? Cool. That's that. Now, let's talk about what they wanted me to do next. Okay, which I'm gonna skip all together because it's ridiculous. Okay, now there is something I'm gonna do. A lot of people wouldn't, some people would skip it, right? But the reason I'm gonna do it is because remember, I just found out that there's more kind of play in this fabric than I thought, right? It has some stretch. It has some stretchiness in this. So this collar, I'm gonna what they call stay stitching. Stay stitching is where you stitch to make sure that your collar don't get out of shape. So you ever wore something and when it was new, everything was good, but as time more you washed it or wore it, the collar started getting warped. Whether that's what stay stitching prevents. Okay, that means I'm gonna put a stitch just to keep the fibers and fabric in place around this neckline. That's all. The only reason for this is just to keep that. And to make sure that I don't stretch it out while sewing it, I'm going to start from here at the bottom and I'm going to go up this way and I'm going to come back here and go up that way. And that way I don't misalign it while I'm trying to prevent it from warping. You see? So that's what I'm going to do. That's called stay stitching. They don't tell me to do that there, but they do kind of tell me to stitch it, but not what I'm doing now. That shit they trying to get me to do. That's crazy. Okay. So I'm a stay stitch. That's what this is called. What I'm about to do. And it's just stitching. That's it. It's just a regular stitch. You're going to do it in your seam line. Nobody going to be able to see it when it's all said and done. Some people be thinking, well, why? Because I used to, when I first started learning about this type of thing, I was like, well, why would I do that? Why am I doing this stitch that nobody gonna see? Ain't got nothing to do with nothing. And then I learned, of course. Okay. So I'm starting at the bottom of the V. I'm gonna kind of make sure I don't stretch anything out. I'm just gonna stitch. I'm gonna move my needle to the center and maybe move it over a little bit. Make sure it's in the seam lines. And I'm gonna just back it up a little bit. And then I'm gonna go forward. Now, I'm not sure if you can see what I'm lying to, but you see how I'm keeping my fabric on this side on the edge of this foot. And that's what's helping me keep straight with the V. And I'm going to go and do this side as well. And so with this, I'm going to go with the edge. I'm going to use my edge of this side of the foot. I'm going to move my needle more to that side. And then I'm going to do the same thing, but I'm going to start at the bottom here down here. And that's it. That's it. Okay. So is there a reason for the stitching? Yes. Because now the neckline won't stretch out of place. Okay. Let's take a look. The neckline is now, it's going to keep its structure just based on them stitchings being there. That's it. Okay. Okay. Now, what did they want me to do? They didn't want me to do that. Okay. That's not what they told me to do. But what they wanted me to do was they wanted me to take and cut into this, which I am going to do that. And then they wanted me to fold this like this. And then they wanted me to stitch that and make a pretty edge there. Now that may make sense to some people. That may make sense. It makes sense if that was my V-neck. And right, that would make sense. They want me to do that, but I'm not doing that, because the next step that they want you to do after that will actually do the same thing, but even better. Okay, so that's why I'm not going to do that step. That's ridiculous. The step I am going to do though is with my V-neck. I'm going to grab those pieces. And we're going to sort out this V-neck. Okay. So these are the pieces. And the thing about, let me see what side I want it, because I think I want it this side. Wait, let me see. And I think I like this side. No. Yeah, I must like this side. I can see a little bit of cow here. I just see boys on this side. So it don't matter. You decide, right? I decide how I want it. Okay. So I'm not sure if you can see, but this is the raw edge of this thing, right? Remember, it was one big piece. I folded it in half. It was like this. I folded it in half. And then I'm going to put it at the V-neck, at the V portion. Now, before I sew it to that, though, I'm going to end up creating the V-neck even before I attach it. But remember when they wanted me to fold that over for what? Because I'm going to put this here. I'm going to sew this. And then I'm going to end up doing this. And then the V-neck and the V-band, the van will be there. You see? And there was no need for me to do what they wanted me to do, because I'm going to end up creating that already. But if I do it the way they want me to do it, it looks like they want me to do it. And then I'm going to end up sewing this. Let me see. I'm just testing it. And then I'm going to sew. And then I'm going to fold. And then I'm going to do this. That still works, but what happens, it creates bulk. So then I'll have a lump of fabric that was folded over twice here. And it's not necessary. It's not necessary. Now, I guess I can see whether it would be beneficial if you don't want any raw edges at all, period, showing in the inside. It just creates bulk. Let me think about it. Because, see, if I fold it over like they want me to, then I got to go stitch it, which might be why they didn't stay stitch it. They did 2 in 1. They want me to fold it, and then they want me to stitch it, but then stay stitch it. And maybe that might stay stitch it, because if you don't know what you're doing, you may end up throwing it out of whack just by just doing what they're telling you to do here. So it depends. Like if they would have they're doing it for beginners. It's for beginners, so I get it. You know, a beginner, when you're not a beginner, you might realize, okay, I don't have to do that step. Or you may decide to do that step. I am considering, I think it could be a big boo-boo for beginners to do what they said, unless you take inaccurate measurements. Okay, let me see what else they say do. before I decide if I'm going to do it or not. Okay, it must be on this one still. Okay. That's already done. Okay. Okay, yeah. I was gonna do that anyway. Right? Remember I told y'all you take the where's the piece? Because there's a top and a bottom naturally. Boom boom boom. Y'all got to see which one. Remember I had them pinned and then I took them apart. I have to see which ones which is the top and the bottom. The top and the bottom are different, slightly. Shh, this is all the that's crazy. Okay, this look like this is the bottom. This one. And this one is the bottom on this one. Okay, cool. So that's what I need to know. I need to know that which one is the bottom. This the bottom, and this the bottom. Okay. Bottom, bottom. And then we find the center. And so that I'm making an actual V-neck. Let me take this and see where the center that they're talking about is. And it seems to be about right here. On both of them. Everything don't have to be exact, but you do want things to be about what they need to be. Okay? So you ain't got to worry about, oh my God, it looked like it's too exact. No, you ain't got to worry about that too much. Oh, come on. Okay, cool. Okay. So this is how V-neck is made. Okay. Let me so I guess I am gonna do it the way they say, which is seems very similar to what I would have done it. I don't see any difference. I'm not sure. Oh no. Wait. Okay. No. Okay. I do have to unpin it. I did do it wrong. That's not the way I saw it. Okay. If I switch the sides, like this. No. I just need to switch the sides like this. The outside is supposed to be on the outside. The inside going. Okay, there we go. Inside, outside. Yeah. There we go. Now I have to do that again. Okay, let's see. It's about, could just measure it, but they also told me, which I don't think that matters, but they also said, but I'm gonna do it like they say. I'm gonna follow as much as I can. Lap, lapping left over right. Okay, this is my right hand. This is my left. So the left is over the right. Okay, but I don't have it that way. This is my right. Lap my left over my right. I don't know if that matters, but we're gonna do what they say. Okay. When I did my top, I didn't do it this way, y'all. Okay. My pieces I sold. It was different. Where I didn't have any raw edges anywhere. But I'm gonna do it that way, unless I see a problem with it. Okay. Lapping left over right, matching large dot at center front, having raw edges even and pin. Okay. Machine base ends of neck band together along seam line, basing through all the thicknesses. Yeah. They want me to base all this whole thing? Why would I do that? I mean, I don't see the problem in doing it, but do I have to do it? I shouldn't have to do it. It's ironed down, right? This part here is usually the center. I'm gonna do it about right here. And then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go zoop, zoop. Um, yeah, I'm gonna just, I don't know why I have to do all that. I'm gonna just sew here. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. If you follow the instructions, they telling you to sew here and go here. What I'm gonna do, I'm only gonna sew these pieces together. Okay, I'm just gonna sew here and here, and that's how I'm gonna do it. I'll be here all day. I'm gonna be here all week messing around with this piece, doing what they say. But I'm not saying that they're saying anything wrong. Okay, I'm just saying you don't have to do all of that. I'm basting it. They told me to baste it, which means it just keeps it in place. Um, it just keeps it in place for you to do your next steps that you're gonna do with it. And that's why I don't understand why I gotta base all of that. Like that don't even make sense to me. It don't make sense to me, for me. But for a beginner, I guess I could see whatever makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna put this on. I'm doing a basting stitch. That's a long stitch, which for mine is a 5.0. That means long stitching that you could pull out when you need to. And I'm not even worrying about, I'm just making sure it's within my seam allowance. Okay. Oh, let me just hold that in place. I don't know why I took that out first, but no matter. Keep my hand there. Okay, so I'm not sure if y'all can see that, but all I did was base those two together right at that point. And now they are together. Okay. And they, yeah. Okay, cool. Let me see what they tell me to do next. Okay. See if I'm going to do all of it, some of it, or none of it. That was number 5. Okay, number 6. Let me see what they say do. Ooh, Lord. Oh, but why? On outside, pin, press neck edge of top edge of seam of the band, matching centers of notches. Top stitch close, press, and da 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 da. From the ba ba of the boom boom, bam, bam, jam. I knew what they wanted me to do didn't make no sense. And I'm about to show y'all how to do it. How they doing it. They doing it in 3 steps, and I'm gonna show you in 1. Bam. Okay. So let me tell you. They have an actual picture of what they. I don't know if y'all can see it because there's so much brightness, y'all. I can't even see it when I'm looking at the screen. But this is the part we're at, and up here they wanted me to do what I didn't do, was fold it and tack it down. And I said that don't make sense. And then they now want me to take that tack down part, take the neckline and scooch it underneath, pin it, and then sew it. But remember, I already said how I was going to do it, which is me doing it all in once. Well, I'm going to take the part that I didn't follow their directions. The only thing I'm going to do that they wanted me to do, I'm going to end up cutting a slit here, but not yet. So they wanted me to put this like this, and then now they want me to take this and put it underneath like this and pin it in place and sew it. You see? But remember, I said, why would I do that? Because I'm going to leave this like this, and I'm going to take this, and I'm going to put this like this. I'm going to sew it. Then I'm going to end up flipping it like this. The same, it's going to be same result, right? And mine going to be cleaner than their result. But I am going to have to do a few little extra things up here, okay? But it's going to make it so much cleaner. So, but I see what they said. They wanted to make it like, okay, wait, I like this side better. Okay, yeah, I like this side better. They wanted me to just take it. I already pinned it down, just lap it there and just sew it down. Okay, it's the same result. It's the same exact result that I'm gonna get. Except mine gonna be cleaner because let me see how they gonna have me clean up this. Oh, I can see the mess already. I can see it. How they gonna have the newbie clean that V up at the end? Let me see. Let's see what they got in store. What is next? Let me see what they got in store for you, baby. Because I'm telling you, V-necks are not that difficult, but they can be depending on. So then they gonna want me to do that. Nah, they ain't telling you. They ain't telling you the problems you gonna deal with. You gonna be trying to figure it out yourself. If you would have did it the way they want you to do it, you were gonna end up sewing this like that, yes. And then you was gonna have some problems in this area. And you were gonna have to deal with it. How I know I've done it before. You're going to have to try to figure it out. And they left you to deal with it too. Now, most people gonna end up just they're gonna figure out something, and Some people gonna throw the shit away afterwards. I almost threw one away, okay, many years ago. Because they're not properly telling you what to do with this V. Okay. They're not properly telling you. They just saying, hey, and for a beginner, I guess this is the easiest way, right? Like, kinda. They didn't really, if you can't figure it out, you'll be like, okay, look, it is easier for me just to fold this over and let me figure it out. But then right up in here, you're gonna have some problems. Most people figure it out though. They'll figure the problem out and keep it pushing. But I'm gonna show you how to do it another whole way, baby. Another cleaner way, another cleaner way. Now, the reason maybe they don't show this way because it might be a little confusing, right? Because I'm gonna take this side here, that goes to this side, and I'm gonna flip it. But it looks like it don't really go to this side because see, the rest of this came to this side. See how the rest of that came this side, and it might be a little confusing. But I promise you, this is the easiest, cleanest way. It only look like it's gonna be wrong, but it's not wrong. And you are gonna do it from the outsides, and you're doing right sides together, edge to edge. We are going to sew this, but don't. It might get confusing here because you might think, oh, let me put this way down here. No, you need to put that further up. Okay. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna sew edge to edge here. Okay. I'm gonna sew this, and then we're gonna come back. That's what I'll do. I'll do it that way. I don't want to go too far. Okay. But don't think that this needs to align with that. Okay. Make it more that this point kind of lines in this point area. Not too much of it, but you'll rather have more overhang at the top. You definitely need some overhang at the top. Okay, because when you turn it, your thing will end up way down here if you don't have that overhang. Okay. So I'm gonna sew this raw edge to that raw edge. Okay. And it look like it might not act right because the rest of this is over here. You're like, Mom, how's that gonna go there? Because we're gonna flip it. It's gonna get flipped. It's gonna be right. Okay. So I don't wanna. Okay, so am I gonna pin this? I'll just clip it. Do a couple of clips. Three clips should be good. That flip that. I want to do that. Okay, I'm gonna make sure that's far enough down. 1, 2, 3. When I go to boom boom, yeah, most of that gonna go in the inside, y'all. Remember this is on the outside, but it flips. Okay, it flips like that, and that's the V-neck portion. Now that's where I needed to put that cut. Let me see, should I cut it now? I am going to cut. I'm going to cut straight from the V down like 5/8 of an inch or as much as needed. That's going to help relax that because I'm going to need to do that. I can need to do it now, do it afterwards. I'm going to do it now. What I did was I opened it a little bit. Okay. That's all. Okay, let's get to this. 03, make sure I have it. Hey. Oh, my back hurt. You see my thumb in your way? No. I'm gonna start from the bottom. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now the long way. Look at you, don't know here. Okay, I am gonna start from the bottom. Because I'm gonna end up coming back anyway. Okay. Whew. What is the seam allowance on this whole thing? Let me see. No, I need to know what the seam allowance. Probably, I don't know. It tells you what it is in the directions, y'all. This says 5/8. So seam allowance is 5/8 unless otherwise stated. That's important for me to know how much of the of this V-neck that's gonna show. Okay. I could change it, of course, if I want to. Let me do 5/8. Now I gotta do some measuring. 5/8 stitches. That's it. That's a is that a foot? Yeah. It's 1/8 after the half. Yeah, that's 4 in, y'all. That's close to it. Okay. I'm gonna put you at 5/8. That look like about 5/8 to me. That says 5/8 right there. Yeah, I can see it now. Yep, I was right. Okay. And we're just gonna make sure that the edges, 3 edges, because remember we got 2 that's folded, that's 2, and then we got the one of the actual front of the shirt. And I am doing right sides to right sides. That means I'm sewing this on the outside. Okay, and I'm gonna drop that needle. We're gonna go back a couple stitches. I'm a lock stitch because my machine does lock stitch, and then we're gonna move up, and we gotta make sure that I stay. And I do have something that helped me stay aligned, and that is this. And what I'll do is I'll put that at the 5/8 mark, and that way I'll make sure that that's where everything lands. About right there. Why does this thing go like this? I always wondered, like, is this the way this thing go? I don't know. We're gonna try it, okay? We're gonna see. I'd be wondering, is this the 5/8? And I gotta make sure that thing don't hit my okay. Here we go. Okay. Now we're gonna take a look. Okay, so that's sewn on this edge here. Okay. When I flip it like that, right? But when it's on the outside, so now we have to, how do we get this side sewn to the other side? First, let me show y'all what I've done. So I've sewn this to this side, right? And this is still over here. You're like, hey, Mom, what you gonna do with that? Like, you can't sew that over there. How you gonna get that there? Well, I'm gonna do just that, right? I'm going to take this side. Now I'm about to show y'all something, okay? How you gonna make sure it's clean. This is how you're gonna make sure what you do is clean. Now, because I want to sew this side the way I sewed this side. And I'm about to do something that's going to look weird, but trust me, okay? I'm going to take this and I'm going to spin it like this. I'm going to come to this side and I'm going to align this side to this side now. It's not gonna feel good, right? It's gonna feel like, wait, what are you doing? We're gonna take this side and align it to that side. You see what I did? This other side is just folded. It's okay. It's okay. Just leave it. But we need to now align this side with this side. Okay. Now this is the cleanest way you're gonna get it. There is another way to do it, but it's the other way to do it is it's gonna be kind of like you should have did it the way they told you to do it from the beginning, because you've done this side the easy way, and now you're gonna have to do this side the hard way, because you're gonna have to really take this. The only other way to do it is to have this side come out, and then you're going to come and sew this like that. You see what I'm saying? That's why you're gonna have and you're gonna end up having a problem here. You're gonna notice it, and it's gonna be a little more difficult. But what I'm saying is, do it the way I showed you to do it. I probably should have brought this down a little more, but it's okay. This is what I sewed. This side is on this side, right? Yes. Bring this side to this side. Just take this V. You could take the V and straighten it out. That's why I had that little cut there. Instead of this being a V, now it's a straight line. See that? That V, this is the V, and I turned it into a straight line. And then take this side and just bring it like that. Pin it. Pin it and sew it. What I do with the pins? Make sure all three are at the edge. Make sure you got an overlap there. Okay. Don't worry about the rest of that yet. Don't worry about none of that. I'm just going to make sure. We need you to make sure you get that though. Right. I'll make sure I got that to the edge there. Okay. I think that's why they don't show you that way, because it might be a little confusing, right? Maybe in wording. In words, it might be confusing in words. I don't know, but we're gonna see, and we're gonna do my 5/8. That still should be in place. Oh, let's put that up. Oh, damn. That thing just moved. Oh, god damn, y'all. Why did that thing move? That's why I don't like that thing. That thing moved. I have no idea why it moved. It will throw you off your game, baby. Okay. Yeah, because I sew too fast, I am a fast sewer. That is true. And the reason being is because I do have gadgets, baby. I have help. Okay, I'm able to do that. So you're gonna be very careful right up here. Okay, because I'm about to do that overlap. And I gotta be careful right here. Okay? Because I know I got a piece. But I'm gonna have to take care of that in a minute. Because I'm not that's why I'm sure I know why they don't give you that technique. Once you learn that technique, look at chair, look at chair. That's a look at chair, look at chair. That's it. If you do it the way I showed you, that's how simple that is. If you don't do it the way I showed you, then you're going to end up with some issues right in here. And honestly, even when you do it the way I do it, there's a portion that's not sewn. I'm going to go and do that now. But even if I kept it where I don't sew it, you'll never know. Nobody will know because it's done properly. Okay? It's done properly. But I'm going to go and I'm going to sew just a little bit more right there. Like I'm talking about like 2 stitches. 2 stitches, witches. Get it. Okay, Mom. That look like, that might not be 2 stitches. Let me see. Is it worth it? I'm gonna do it. I don't really have to though. Y'all not gonna be able to see it even if I tried to show it to you. Okay. I'm just doing it just to, but yeah. Gotta make sure I don't catch nothing else but that. Not in and out. Come on. Lock it in. I did 8 stitches just in case. On the back and up. See. Yep. And we're gonna go over on this side. Well, I don't need any stitching, huh? Yeah, but just that one side. Okay. Yeah, that V look good. Okay, so I'm gonna show you the V from the inside. Let me show you the V from the inside of the shirt. See, that's the V from the inside shirt. Now I'm about to top stitch this in place. And I'm gonna decide where I want to top stitch it, but that's the inside of the shirt. Yeah. The V looks good. It's right in there. Here's the V from the outside of the shirt. Okay. And it looks good. So what I'm going to do now, I am going to top stitch this in place. Just a stitch right along here. That's going to just keep it in place and how I want it. And it looks good. It looks absolutely good. What does top stitching mean? Top stitching is usually a longer stitch than your normal stitch. you can make it into a pretty stitch. It could be a fancy stitch. Like if I wanted to, I could make my stitches into hearts. Or you could just do a straight stitch. Okay, this is where you can really uh, turn your things into what you want. Let me see if I have stars. I do. I have where I can make a star. The stars attach each other, go all the way down. And I wonder if I should do that. Let me see what it looks like. I'm gonna do a sample, and I'm gonna ask y'all what y'all think. Or I'm just want to see what it looks like. I'm gonna need another foot. I don't think that foot gonna work. I'm gonna put it on. What did that say? 22. I have to switch to this. 22. I can also put my husband's name. I could use his name and just have it go all the way around, or my name, or the Cowboys, whatever. Right now, this is in white thread. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna just do like a. Oh, I didn't even put a foot on here. Do I need a particular foot? They say in, but this is in. In is just a regular foot with a middle open. Okay, so I'm gonna do a test strip of maybe a couple of inches of stars going down. And let's see what it looks like. All I have to do is press the foot button, because it's gonna do the pattern itself. So both my hands in here, my feet, and thread broke. I'm going too fast for this, but let me see what it looks like so far. It looks good. I'm not going to do it though, because it looks like, first of all, they're small. It's a lot of thread, and it looks like embroidery. I'm just going to do a regular top stitch. Or maybe, let me see what else I have. I have some other options, maybe. Yeah. I don't know why it looked like it did great. Okay, there we go. I actually, it didn't look bad, but it definitely didn't look bad. It looks good. Just don't want to take the time. It's ouch. Good God. It did not hurt me, and I'm screaming ouch, but it did get pricked. Okay. It looked like mine. Oh, that's what happened. I think I should be able to. I do not have enough bobbin to finish this whole project, but I should be able to at least do the top stitching. Maybe a few other things. Okay, so the front of the shirt, once I do this top stitching, will be done. Now, before I do the top stitching, I'm going to steam it in place. Ironing is very important in your projects, okay? Where is the iron? Oh, okay. I have to say, man. The good thing about this iron, it does shut off automatically and all that good things. Let me cover myself up because I'm about to undo this in a second. Okay, so iron and is a very important part of your steam on your project, especially when you do these V-necks. Okay, because you may think you have messed up something, but no, you could be just You just need to put some steam on it, let that fabric relax. Letting in that very V down here. Yeah, buddy, that looks good. Okay. Anybody see anything that they could complain about? They thinking, okay, maybe you need to fix that. What's this? Okay, no, that's good. Nothing. It scared me. It looks like thread, but it's just the design on here. Now I'm gonna top stitch that in place. What they told me to do, which would have been 2 steps, I did it in 1 step. But then, of course, y'all saw me kind of take the fabric, and I made that what was a V-neck. I made it into a straight line so I could get the other side on. But it looks really good. Okay. Don't be scared. It may seem like it's hard to do. It's not hard to do at all. Y'all just watch me do it. Okay. Now, there's a thing about what I'm going to do. Let me think about it before I top stitch. I like my V-necks to kind of be together for real and not be open where it could be open here. So what I'm gonna do while I'm top stitching, I'm also gonna kind of do a little top stitch right here to keep these 2 pieces, this V, together. Where just to keep that together. The way I do it, which is basically the same way, but I would have done some more technical things if I would have did it from the beginning. The way I do it, I actually would have sewn. It would have been a few things more that I would have done, but the result would have been the same, except this one little part that I gotta adjust right here. I would have already done that. Okay? So you can do it their way. Sometimes you may find other ways of doing different things. I just gave y'all the best way of doing a V-neck. Okay. Now we're gonna do some top stitching on 3. No, I'm in the wrong setting. Okay. And this is just to keep the neck just from, I don't need, like, do you need to do this? No, but it keeps it neat. It keeps it neat in the inside and at the top. Through washes and things like that. You won't have to worry about anything. Also, there's a where you could go in and either serge the inside or do a zigzag stitch. I am going to do a zigzag stitch. I guess I'll do that first. I don't feel like going to the surgery. I don't feel like getting it either. I could just do a regular zigzag, but to be honest, I kind of I like to do an overlock stitch. It's real. It's not fast, but it is the best option. I will run out of that by the time I finish that, and that's cool. Let's do that. I'm gonna do an overlock stitch. Overlock foot. I have a wait. Is it my overlock foot? Oh, it's not my overlock foot. Wait a minute. Sometimes some of these feet look alike, but my overlock foot. Yeah, that is it. Look like the butch come broken. No, don't come. We're gonna do number 13. I think I want to do 14. We're just gonna do 13. They're telling me action. What does that mean? We're just gonna overcome it. Let me see. Did they come out? It looks like it did. Did it? Okay, cool. If I'm not sure if the foot is the right foot, I'll use my hand wheel to make sure we're not gonna hit any metal parts. Okay. I have a couple of feet that look like that. For some reason, it don't look like. I know something's not right here. It don't look like it's in a needle. It's not. Not that is. And do this really fast. As fast as I can. Do you need an overlocker? No, you do not. Okay. Very careful. Uh-oh, it broke. We're going too fast. Okay, I'm not. When did it cut out? Cut out way back here. Actually, why did it cut out? Way back here. Probably gone too fast. Let's see what it is. Do we have a lot more to go? We do not, actually. You gotta move those. Usually this cotton thread, when I go that fast, I kind of know that's going to happen. Actually, when did you stop? Yeah, you stopped, but you're over somewhere. Okay. What just happened? Something's going on. It might be my Bobby. Yeah. Let me show you working this time. Oh, I broke it. I saw when it happened. I just saw it when it broke. And I think it does have something to do with my Bobby. Oh, let me get this through. Good goodness. Like, what the? That's the wrong side. I really done that side. I was on the roll. I was like, okay, we about to take off now. We've actually done the most difficult, the most time-consuming thing about this whole thing. This is to make sure your garment lasts years and years, many years. I'm in pain. I never took the medicine. Knock it down. Move. I can barely move. Okay. So what I've done, I've just kind of taken the edges and I rolled them kind of in thread. And it's like an overlock stitch. Some people, it's a zigzag stitch, but this particular zigzag, what happens is it stitches in, wraps around, comes back in. So it's kind of wrapping around the edge like this. A zigzag would just go, but this one does it just a little different. So you can do just a regular zigzag stitch. And it would do the same thing, except the zigzag stitch goes out. It goes in over here and goes out, in, up, right? This kind of does in, over, back in where it was, and then it goes forward. And then it goes in, whoop, whoop, and forward. So it's just a little different than a zigzag by like 1 or 2 stitches. That's it. I have my drink right here. My medicine. Oh my God, y'all, my back is killing me. My back hurts if I'm sitting. It hurts if I'm standing too long. It hurts if I walk too long. I just have back problems. That's all. Some people be like, you ain't even do nothing. You ain't go nowhere. How your back hurt? Yeah. Your back supports your whole body. Whether you're sitting, standing, walking, jumping. Oh, where's my medicine now? Did I even take it today? I don't think I did. Yeah, that's probably why it's over there. I don't think I took it at home. Remember, I feel so stiff. It's so bad. No, it's so bad. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. Oh, good goodness. That crap, I can't take that crap. That stuff messed up my stomach for real. I ain't never touching that again. Okay. And I'm gonna take this right quickly. Okay. I have a peel. And if it don't work in like 15 minutes, I'll take the other half. But oh my God. Okay. Please stop kicking in. Okay. Let's get this rolling. Okay, y'all. So that's just to take care of those. And I could show you a shirt. I think I did this shirt. Hubby just took it off because he wore it today. Okay, so I'm gonna just grab it. He put it on the bed when he came in. Let's take a look at it a little bit. Uh, he just took this one off. So okay, I'll be talking about. As you can see, this is a scrub top. It's the same style, everything. The difference is the fabric, right? This is fishing. Hubby's into fishing, so I made this out of the fishing fabrics. And as you can see, I did the pocket. I always seem to do a line down the middle. I'd be like contemplating. I don't even know. You know, hubby is one of them pins person. He put pins, um, pins. He keep pins. He buy pins. Like I steal pins. You know, if I come to your business and you tell me to sign something, it don't even matter if it's a raggedy. I steal the pins, but not intentionally. Okay, I'd be like, and then it goes right in my purse. I'd be like, I didn't realize I did that for years. I did not realize I was a pin stealer for many years until I opened my purse, decided to go through it, and had all them pins. I'm like, good God, where I get all these pins? Even the ones who don't work. Like if you gave me a pin and don't work, I won't give it back to you. And then I'll stick it in my purse. It must be something natural about that movement. I don't know. But anyway, I made this for him. This might be the last one I made for him. It's a couple of years, right? It's been a couple of years. I'll be lying if I just told y'all when I made it. I don't know. I ain't got a date on it. Okay, but I make him at least one. I've been making him at least one a year, if not more, a year for years. So I'm gonna put this at like 2-3 years ago. He'll be able to tell you. Um, and yeah, and that's how I'm perfected the V-neck, baby. Now I perfected the V-neck because Bomb Jerry had no choice. Bomb Jerry had no choice. And from the first V-neck to this V-neck, they just got better and better and better. Okay, they got better and better. I think the one that I just did, I don't even know if it's better than this one. This one looks good. That one looked good. Okay, looks really good. Okay, anyway, but what I was showing y'all, why did I grab this again? Oh, I was showing you how it it looks in the inside. I didn't use the serger. I have a serger. I've had a serger for a while now. Uh, Look at that. The inside look good. It get he. I know he wear. My husband is in the medical field. He wears scrub tops. He wears scrub tops. Like he don't have. He have many of them, right? He have the ones that they provide and the ones that I made. He would prefer the ones I made because, of course, you know they're more of his alley. But I think there's like a day a week where he has to wear their labeling on the shirt, right? And so he has to wear theirs, and then I think 3 days a week he could wear his own. 2 days a week he could wear theirs, okay? And if he work on Saturday, he could wear his own. But so he wears them. He wears them often. He wears them all the time. It's like his work uniform, and they're clean. It's clean. I didn't peek them, which if I had some good peeking shears, that's what I used to do many years ago. I used to just do peeking. I didn't even know nothing about no overlock. machine. I just learned about an overlock machine like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, or something like that. Like in the last 10 years. Okay. Now look, you can even tell down here where you do see a little scragglies here and there. That's not coming loose. Like if I take the lighter and or if I want to pull, I wouldn't pull them, of course, but I would clip them. But I could see just a little fuzz in that little spot, and that's at the vent on the sides of the shirt. Okay, uh, he don't, and we wash these shirts in hot water every week. If he wear it, it get washed before he wear it again. Okay, I can assure you that. And then he hangs his clothes up. His clothes get hung up. Okay, so I'm showing you that to say that you don't need a serger if you're dealing with this type of fabrics. I guess I would recommend a serger maybe if you're doing a lot of knits. And you don't take my word for it. You know what I mean? Don't, because I don't work with a lot of knits. I don't like work. I don't work with a lot of knits. Okay, I prefer to work with woven fabrics. But I do make t-shirts. I do make shirts. I make dresses. I prefer to manipulate some woven fabrics. Okay, and that's because I like dealing with this machine more than that machine. Okay, that's all. That's all. The front of the shirt is done, except for the top stitching, which I am about to do now. What is top stitching? Again, top stitching is just a stitch that tops. It could be both functional and um, for looks, just for show. You could, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a straight stitch, and it's usually a looser stitch too, right? Instead of being 2.5, I'm gonna make it 3. Wait, 2.5. I'll make it 3, and I'm gonna just do it. And what am I stitching? I'm stitching. Let me show you. I'm stitching these parts right here down together. So I'm putting this underneath, and then I'm not gonna I'm not gonna stitch on this part. I'm stitching here just to make sure that thing don't flip over like this, where it has no chance of ever flipping, whether it's on or not. I'm about to lock this in so it never flips, and that's what top stitching is for this in this moment. Okay. If you don't want the stitch to be noticed that much, you could do just a regular 2.5 or whatever your regular stitch is. And if you want it to be more noticeable, stand out a little bit then yeah, make it a longer stitch. I'm gonna do 3.5. I'm just do 3.5. My stitching is straight, so I'm good with it. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to. I want to put the iron on that again. I manipulated. Remember when I ironed it and then I ended up um, stitching it inside. So I see some wrinkly parts. Now, if I top stitch that wrinkle in there, that wrinkle was in there forever. Okay. I don't want to stitch in no wrinkles, baby. What am I looking for? The pad. If you iron in stitches, if your item is wrinkled while you're sewing and you decide not to iron it and you keep sewing, you can literally actually sew those wrinkles in place. Okay. Remember, that's when I want to make sure I don't warp my neckline. Remember what I did? I sewed it in place. Where the water coming from? Water is coming from somewhere. When I was holding it up, water was just coming on my hand. Why was that? Uh-oh. There's something. Oh, How you put? No, this is no. That wasn't open. Okay. So yes, you can stitch wrinkles in place. Also, stitch ironing is very good for getting your fibers to mend together. Okay. It also can loosen, like if anything's too tight, you steam it and mold it out. There's a lot that ironing does besides just what most people think. Okay. Especially if we're talking about woven fabrics. Depending on the fibers, if it's cotton, rayon, polyester, wool. We could go on and on. Yes, we can. I don't think I took that wrinkle out of there. I did not. I'm going to steam it. I'm going to put some steam on it right quick. Oh, damn. Feel like I got the iron for no reason. I still see it. It's right there. It's one little spot. It's right here. Okay. Maybe I didn't get it. My back is, oh, my neck. Jeez. No, I didn't get it. Let me see. No. Did I sew that in place? Wouldn't that be the weirdest thing, right? That I sewed it in place that way. What is that? It's right there. It's not sewn in place. Let me see. I'm gonna have to put the steam on it. That one is, oh yeah. Wow, that shit is there. I wonder if that's the fabric. Let me look and see some other spots. What a great is. I think that might be what that is. That, man. I don't know. I might be tripping. Sometimes I just be feeling like I'm crazy. I see it right there. I see it now. Forget it. Okay, what I said, 3.5. I'm going straight down the center. Let me see. I'm gonna move it a little bit over. Give me a little edge. Because remember, I went over and did a overlock stitch, right? Now I'm about to take that portion and sew that flat down. Now, if I wanted to, I could go real close to that edge again, but I'm not. I'm gonna do a stitch, not too far from the edge underneath. That's what I'm about to do, and that also will help with frame. Okay, so that also helps also. Okay, lock stitch, and then I'm just gonna do it. I'm not gonna go super fast. I want to take my time and go vertical with my V. So here, I'm gonna keep the edge of this right at the edge of there. That's what I'm gonna do. That's my plan. Oh, I'm stepping on a shoe instead of my foot pedal. I'm just a stepping, waiting for it to start. Oh my goodness. Oh, you're crazy, Bob. You're crazy. I know, baby. I'm crazy. Anything that helps you keep your stuff straight is good. I'll make sure it's on. Yeah, that looks good. That gets a little tricky, baby. It gets a little tricky. Tricky. stitch. I might need one more on this way. One more. Let's do 2. Okay. Oh man, stitch that out. Oh man. Okay, I saw that. Let's see. I think the no, it looks good, but let me see. I went right on the edge, right there. Okay, that's perfect then. Now this won't have a chance. Now let me show you what I've done. Now see that's the inside. It won't have no chance of rolling out, coming out. It won't agitate his skin or anything. Because when I top stitched it in place. And now everything is cohesive, really strong. That's the top stitch if y'all want to look at it. Can you see it? Yes, because it's in white. Does it stand out as looking anything other than good? Nope. Because it's perfectly aligned because I use that as my guide. And it looks good. Yeah. Man, I might make him a cowboy hat, like a cap. Like not a, he don't wear bucket hats. If hubby, he wear hats, but I've never seen him with a bucket hat. Now I wonder if I make him a cowboy bucket hat. Will he wear it? I don't know. Okay. I do have some extra fabric from this for him. Okay, let's get it. Okay, so the front is completely boom, boom, done. Now we're gonna go and see what they want me to do next because I'm trying to go by their pattern, right? I did use a couple of their pattern pieces. I only changed one pattern piece. Is that what I did? Yeah, I made a little measurement changes to the pattern, but other than that, I only changed the cutting of one pattern piece, and that was the V-neck. And if y'all listen to me, you'll be able to get that V-neck the way I completely did it. Okay, so what's next? Okay, done all that over there. Okay. It could be a little confusing, y'all. Don't worry about it. On outside press neck, I did it. A top stitch. I did it. Even though I didn't do it the way they said do it, I did it. Okay, cool. Now we on number 7. It looks like. Make sure. Was that 6? I was reading. Yeah, that was number 6. Okay. Now we're on number 7. It says base front and back at shoulder. So now we're about to base the front piece to the back piece at the shoulders. I told y'all that's what I would do. I gave y'all all the steps of what I would do without looking at their instructions. And then I did it the way I want to do it mostly. Okay. And why am I doing that, right? Why am I telling you I'm using their pattern pieces, but I didn't really use all their pattern pieces, or I adjusted them? And then I'm reading their instructions, but then I'm deciding on whether I want to really use their instructions or not. Because my point is, this pattern is just a guide. You can take it or leave it. You can decide to use their instructions, or you may decide that you have something that's going to be better. It's going to look better. The results will be better. Or hey, maybe you have an idea that's easier. It may not even be better or worse, but it's just easier for you to do. And that is my point. That's all. And then I'm gonna get y'all away from these patterns, because the same measurements you need to make sure the pattern even fits you. It's the same measurements you need to draft your own little pattern piece. Okay? Get y'all away from these patterns. People gonna be on here, they're reviewing patterns they haven't even sewn. It pisses me off. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I'm looking, there's some people I like. I like them because I like their personality. When they speak and, and they show their pieces and whatever they're doing, I like them. They respond back to you, even if they disagree. I like that. I like all of that. You know, they be thinking I'm arguing with them, but I'm not. I'm not, right? But the thing is, I do think it's disingenuous, and that's me being nice. I could just call them flat out liars, right? Like, you a flat out liar if you're reviewing something without ever touching it, seeing it, and sewing it. Or, you know what I mean? I'm reviewing this top. I tell you, yeah, it's a perfect top. I think you should try it. And then you get it, and there's all kinds of problems all in it. And then I'll be like, oh, damn, I trusted her. Man, or him, right? Trusted her and him. But that's the thing that's going on right now, reviews. And all, as soon as a pattern release, they doing reviews because they looking for the clicks and likes. Now, they don't understand that people like listening to them because of their persona. We know that you ain't tried that pattern, girl. We know you ain't tried. Why you trying to lie to us? Why you trying to lie? Why you always lying? You ain't got to do all that. You can say whether you will review it or not, buy it if it's something you're interested in. I think I like that too. I like to see different people's styles. They got this one, actually it's a couple of them, but one, I really like her. She think I don't like her, but I do. Her sense of fashion is so out. It's like so awesome. Like, I watch her, she'll show you a pattern, right, that she made in the clothing. I'll be like, you made that, and that is that pattern? Like, this garment is colorful. Oh, and when they take them African fabrics and make something, oh my God, it'd be so, it just blows my mind how these young people are coming up with the, you know what I mean? Like, I've always been like a weird dresser, making up my own stuff. But even then, it was still with certain type of colors, fabrics, and man, these young people are. It just looks so good. I like it. I'm not wearing it because I'm too old for that shit right there. I wouldn't have worn it when I was young. To be honest, I like things that I wouldn't wear, but other people wear it and they look good in it. I be thinking, damn, she pulls that shit off. I put that shit on, I look like a clown. Anyway, so right, everything that goes together, that when you're sewing, it goes together, right size together, right? Because when you sew, when you don't want, if you sewed it right size, wrong size together with the right size out, the way you wear it, then they'll be able to see your stitching line, right? They'll be able to see your stitching line. Now that's a good idea. Now I ain't gonna lie, I would create some shit like that and wear the hell out of it on some real shit, right? The truth is, I would use the unraveling. It would be like a part of the outfit. But that's me, baby. That's me. But anyway, real story is when they tell you to put your front and back together, they want the right size touching, and then you could pin it. They told me to do it at the shoulders. So now my shoulder on my back piece was longer than my shoulder on my front piece, which made sense because then when I added the V-neck, that front piece ended up at the shoulder lengthening up, right? At least by with like 2 inches. So now they should match up. And if they don't match up exact, that's okay. That's okay. Okay. And so I'm just pinning, or honest truth is, I want to clip, but these clips are mixed in here with these pins. And I also remember I noticed thereafter that this has a stretch to it. I should stay stitch. I should go through these pieces and stay stitch, like the shoulder. I'm not. Let me see if I can get this in. If I would have known earlier, as soon as I cut the pieces, I would have stayed stitched these pieces. It really is important to stay stitch your pieces. Got a pattern piece, you cut it out, and then your fabric. Once you cut the fabric, it could do all kinds of things, right? Um, you could cut it. You thought you cut it perfectly, and then overnight you come and it got larger. You learned, wait a minute, why is this larger? Because that could happen. That's why you take certain items, you make them before you do the hemming, the bottom of the skirt or the dress. You should hang it up overnight, because now the fabric has stretched, especially if it's a knit, stretched, going that length. And then when you do everything, it already stretched out as much as it will, and now you can hem it. Okay, that's why you cannot make no dress in no, in no same day. Okay, it depends on what kind of dress. It depends on the fabric. Oh my God. Like literally somebody told me she made her that wedding dress. She was at a wedding. She's like, girl, I have nothing to wear. So I woke up this morning and I made this whole dress. And I looked at her, right? I didn't even know the woman. I looked at her. I said, oh my goodness. You must have woke up early. Like your early must be days ago. Okay. I I didn't say that to her. Out of being nice, I guess. I don't know why people tell you things, but if I had said I didn't believe her, it would have been rude of me. It's okay for people to walk up to you and just say anything to you, which I have no problem with, right? You come up and you tell me how creative you are and everything. Why is it if you come up and tell me, oh girl, can you believe it? Look, I made this myself, right? Without me inquiring or anything. But if after they've done that, and I say, oh, you made that? And then I kind of, wait, what the hell I do this? What the hell going on with this? Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Oh, okay. Boo, I was about to trip out hard, baby. I was about to say, wait a minute. This fabric then grew. I wasn't putting the shoulders together. Right. It was the arm to I was about to say, oh my God. Okay, so that's crazy. But I was Lordy. Lordy. Now, so some woman comes up, and while we standing there and everybody's talking, and out of the blue, she just says, oh, somebody said, like maybe somebody says, oh, your dress is really pretty. And she goes, oh, yeah, I woke up this morning, I have nothing to wear, and I had some fabric sitting over there in the corner. And I said, oh, I could just make something. And so I made it. Now, let's say that happened, which, by the way, that did happen. Okay, that did. Um, Everybody was just really be nice, telling everybody how pretty their dress were, how pretty their hair was, everybody being courteous pretty much. Okay. So somebody mentioned that her dress was pretty, which it was a pretty dress. And then she goes on to let everybody, I have nothing to wear at this fabric. So I decided to put my creativity to the works, baby. And I woke up this morning and I just made it. And here we are. It's like 4:30 in the PM. You see what I'm saying? It's already like 4:30. It's not even that late, right? It's 4:30. The wedding actually happened like round 2. So this is after the wedding. And she's talking about how she made that dress that same day. And people like looking at her, they're like, oh wow, you did a great job. And I'm looking at her and I said, yeah, it's a pretty dress. I said, you must have woke up early. you must have woke up really early. And now, okay, that's all it was. It was nothing other than that. But my question is, like, I knew she was lying, exaggerating, uh, fibbing, telling tales. Her nose is growing like Pinocchio. I knew it, right? Because I'm a creative myself. I guess my question though is, what if, just like she just told us that story, what if I would have started saying things like, well, it takes about 8 hours to make a dress of that style, minimum. That's after the pieces are already cut. And, what I mean? What if I would have said that? Why would people have thought I was a hater? Would I have been mean? You know, I don't understand what's going on in the world today, because we're doing a lot of weird things that would have been thought of as something you just don't do. And even if you, like, if I was, because I have some liars in my family, they just natural liars. Like, for what we don't know, why would you lying about things that don't even make sense to lie about? This is a piece, y'all. This is a back facing, and I decided to do it in a different fabric because I'm cheap. Because it's really not a big piece, right? It's folded. Um, it's gonna go in the inside, so I decided not to use the cowboy fabric for it. Okay, so now, I'm showing y'all this because this part at the V-neck is higher, right, than all of it. That's good, but that's okay. Do not cut this off. I never mentioned cutting it off, trimming it off, or nothing, because this part will go to the back, and eventually it will take up most of that. So don't cut anything until the instructions tell you to. Okay. I know people, they start trimming things off because they think they did it wrong. You didn't do it wrong. Okay. You didn't do it wrong. Just go with the process. Don't trim nothing until the end. Okay. Anyway, it told me the base. Wait a minute. Yeah, base front to back at shoulder seam. And it told me to match some small dots. What dots? Let me go look and see what dots we're talking about. Oh, okay. Hmm. Let me measure that. I don't know. I don't know why I got this thing. This thing ain't worth nothing. I could barely see through the color. And okay. Let me see what that is. That look like, oh crap. It might be 5/8 usually. Let me see, but that looks like, if I do that, yeah, that's 5/8. That's the seam allowance. Okay. Basically, wow, that's crazy. Look like 5/8 between the sizes. From the extra large to the large, if I wanted to make this from an extra large to large, I would go 5/8 in, and then that'll be a size large. Is what I'm saying. Okay, find that interesting. When they told me to the dots, I was just making sure that what the dot was. I didn't mark anything here as no dots. I don't know why they use dots instead of just using like I don't know with all these goddamn dots and these goddamn let me see, no, this is okay. Yeah, I do. They use a knot. I don't know why you just don't use notches. Like notches could represent everything, but they have circles, and the circles represent um, dots. I don't know the reason for that, but okay. Um, so yeah, just what I would do is just go from the sleeves like I did. I went from wait, I got it the wrong position now. I went from the sleeve, boom, okay, because you're gonna see that it's not even up here. You're gonna see unevenness, and that might be why they mentioned the dot, okay. And also the dot stops at a certain point, which means I won't be sewing over the V-neck portion. And I think that's what it looks like there. Also kind of conveying by mentioning a dot when it could have conveyed that completely different. Okay. So it says base front and back shoulder seam matching small dots. Just to make sure everything even. I'm gonna base this together very quickly. Base just mean a quick blue stitch. So I'm gonna do that at 5 is my largest stitch. If yours is 4, then put it at 4. And if you're doing it by hand, it would just be a quick stitch through, okay? Just quickly going through just to hold it in place. That's it. So that's all I'm doing at the shoulders is that I'm about to base this in place at the shoulders. I'm going to do it from this side, the front side. Mm-hmm. And because it's a base stitch, I mean, make sure you're inside your seam allowance. Never go outside your seam allowance because you can always pull a base stitch out. It's just a temporary stitch, and a temporary stitch can still remain if you want it to. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is remember 5/8 is the seam allowance, but I'm gonna just do 1/4. I'm gonna base that 1/4 inch. Okay, that's all I'm gonna do. And you saw what I just did? I just locked that stitch, and I don't want to lock that stitch because I might take that stitch out. So you don't back stitch and all that when you're doing a base stitch. So I'm gonna just push that in. And let's do the stitching. And get my foot off the shoe. How do I know I'm doing 1/4 inch? Because I know the measurements from my the middle of my foot to the side of this foot. Okay, that's 1/4 inch on my feet. It don't matter what machine I was on; it would be the same if I were using the same feet. Okay, so I'm just. One of the reasons why I feel like I should have stayed stitched is fabric. Because I'm looking at the fabric stretch. And I'm looking at it kind of walk a little bit. I'm watching it move. this side. From the back on this side. It's gonna be so comfortable to him. I think this might be the softest cardboard fabric I've had. The other ones were more sturdy as far as the woven. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm not saying one is better than the other. But for comfort, this is a little more stretchy. For construction, that it can irritate me. It irritates me a little bit, but okay. Bam. Okay, base stitch. I'm looking at my bobbin, making sure I don't run out in the middle of something. So front and back is together at the shoulders. That was number 7. Now number 8 says, oh, okay, that makes sense. Number 8 say pin interfacing to wrong side of what? Number 8. Oh, I wrote, okay. It says pin interfacing to wrong side of back facing. For non-fusible, machine base. For fusible, to finish edge, unnotch edge, stitch 1/4 from edge. Oh, yeah, I guess. But I'm about to make some changes to what the hell they just said, okay? So I'm going to explain to you what they said. They said it just differently, but this piece is the back facing. That's the pattern piece, and that's my piece. You can see this overhang because that's the edge. I just didn't cut that part off, okay? Anyway, they wanted me to fuse it. Or if I'm not using fuse, then I sew it on the fusible, right? The non-fusible. Interfacing. So interfacing, what does interfacing do? Interfacing make your fabric, it gives you some structure. It gives it structure. So I've already put the fusible on because before I even cut this piece, I put the fusible on the fabric, ironed it on, and then I cut the piece after. Now, I'm going to iron this again just to get it all straightened out and neat. But based on what I'm hearing them tell me, they didn't want me to take this piece and they want me to finish it. They want me to pin, they want me to put some edges on it and sew it down. And I'm not doing all that. Okay. So number 1, if you have fusible interfacing, then you don't have to worry about nothing unraveling. That's number 1. Okay. It's like it's glued to the fabric. It makes sure it doesn't stretch out of place. It makes sure it strengthens it. It gives it some heft. And if it's actually glued to the piece, then it will not unravel. And therefore, you do not have to worry about that. So that looks like the portion that they want me to do first is about making sure that you don't have anything unravel or, okay. Now, I understand why they would say do it because they did give you an option in case you don't have fusible interfacing. And even if I didn't have fusible interfacing, I still would not do what they're telling me to do because I would go in and just zigzag or overlap and protect the inside. But see, this fabric is kind of got some weight to it. And the reason it has weight to it is because it has interfacing on. Can't see it because interfacing is white and the fabric is white. Okay. So I'm saying I'm not gonna do, and I'm gonna show y'all the picture of what they're telling me to do. You see it? They want me to take this piece and take my little time, and they want me to do a fold and stitch it down. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. I'm not doing it. Don't do it. Okay? I'm not doing it. There's other ways. If you have a serger and if you think it might unravel in the wash, then you can serge it. That's another way of doing it, right? If you don't have a serger, you can zigzag if you find that might be a problem, right? Um, and if you want to, you can also take what they call freight check, and see, this is a little piece of fabric. Why would you take all your time doing what they say? There's so many other options. There's so many other options. This piece is not worth all of that. This is called a facing. This okay. But anyway, y'all got my point. Okay, cool. So now we're gonna go to number 9. Okay, and it does say this. It says to edge finish unnotch edge. You can turn along the stitching side, zigzag or overlap. You can, everything I said you could do, they didn't tell you can do. So why uh, uh, they tell you to do, they show you to do something, and then they tell you the other things like I've already said you could do. That's crazy. Okay, anyway, if you knew like a newbie wouldn't know. They would be like, wait, you just told me to do this, you're showing me to do this, and then you're telling me this. Okay, now with wrong sides together, pin back facing to neck and shoulder edge. Okay, I'm gonna show y'all what that means. They said with what with wrong sides together. No, with right sides together. Oh yeah, it's the same. My shirt gonna be inside out like this. Uh-oh, something fell. What fell? Okay, this is the, see, this is my right side, right, of the back side. This is the front side, the V-neck. See that? So now I gotta figure out which is the. It's crazy. I can't tell. Okay, yeah, I can see it now. I need a light. Okay, good. This is my interfacing side. This is my right side. So they want me to put my right side to my right side, like so. See? And you'll notice that it matches up right here. So they want me to put this and that there like that. Y'all see that? Y'all see it? Oh, going the wrong way. This is the wrong side, and this is the right side, and this is the right side of my back side. I'm about to sew this to the back side, and so I'm gonna, you see the curve right here in the back side. See the curve? Just put that curve together like that. And then I'm gonna put that in place. And the reason you had to do the shoulders first, because they needed you to have this the V-neck and everything kind of gonna go underneath that. So that's what you want to be careful about. That. So yeah, that's exactly how I would do it. What I would do, I would sew it, and then I would understitch it. And they probably gonna have you understitch it out. I know they gotta have you understitching out because there's no way they wouldn't do that. I don't think. Let me see. So with right sides together, pin back facing to neck and shoulder edges. Okay. Stitch shoulder and neck edges. pivoting with needle in fabric at small dot, being careful not to catch the finished edges of the neckband. What do they mean? What? I thought I was just. Oh, I guess they're just saying be careful. Okay. Okay. Um, based on what I am doing, I'm just gonna be sewing this, but they want me to be careful not to catch my V-neck as I sew this together, because you see the V-neck is right there. So they're telling me to be careful not to catch the front in that. So I'm gonna go, and it is kind of close to that seam allowance, but yeah, I'm gonna catch a little bit. Oh, move that out the way right there. Look like I have to move it right there. Let me see if this. Let's see. Yeah, it's not aligned right. Let me see. Put you down a little bit so I could get you over there a little more. And do they? Is 5/8 good, or do they tell me? No, 5/8 must be good. They're not telling me. Okay, so if they don't give you a particular uh, number, then the number is the number that they give you for the whole project. Okay, so the number is 5/8. So don't make this wavy if you be like careful, and because the smoother this is, the better everything will be for you. I'm gonna slip my V-neck out the way like that. Okay, and we'll do the same on this side. Get that V-neck out the way like that. And now it's just on the back piece like that. Okay, cool. Let's get to it, baby. Let's get to it. Oh, I'm not sure what I just did. Something. Are you not? Are you? Oh, you're open. That's right. Okay, cool. Let's do it. 5/8 inch. And I'll start you from. Yeah, that's way out the 5/8. Let me do a little measure real quick. Yeah, very cautious on this part, y'all. Make sure I'm not showing no goodies and nothing. Okay, I am gonna mark. And I normally always mark, especially when I'm sewing curves, and especially around the neck. I see what I need, but I don't want to stand up the kids because I'm scared my skirt might pop up on me. Mm-mm-mm. We don't need that happening, y'all. We don't need that happening, okay? Skirt popping up. Okay, here we go. Let me see. We're going to do a 5/8. That's 5/8. I'm actually just going to take this off and mark 5/8 on. Okay, we're gonna be very cautious on this. If you don't know what 5/8 is, that's the dash right after the half. Okay. That's the dash right after the half because the half is wait a minute. No, 1, 2, 4. There you go. Wait, wait. There you go, right there. 4/8 is a half, y'all. Okay, so 3/8 is the one right before the half. 5/8 is the one right after the half. Just to kind of give you a little insight of what you're doing. It doesn't have to be exact, but you do want to keep things kind of uniform. Do 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 do. Oh no. Do 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 do. I don't know why Nicki Minaj song came to mind. I prefer to be listening to music, and that's why I'm jabbering my mouth. I'm running my mouth. All right. Because I'm used to music playing. And oh, what's the name of that song? I just know it's Nicki Minaj. Is it something like something to life or something? Oh, on the phone. Hey Siri. Talk about some who? You worse than people. Worse than my son. Talking about huh? Can you walk over here, Siri? You can't walk? Okay, I gotta come get you. I'm gonna put this around my waist right here so I can stand up. Oh, why this song come to mind? I gotta go listen to it so I can know. It came out of nowhere. That really came out of absolutely nowhere, y'all. But I can't remember. Oh, it must be another thing. What's the name of this damn song? Why did that come to me like that? Wait, what the hell is this? Oh man, I'm on YouTube. I don't mean to be on YouTube. Okay, let's back it up. Let's see. I think it's on this album. No, I don't even remember. That's some reprint or something. Is it Moment of Life? Is that the name of the song? No. I think it's on that album though, right? Pink. Let's see. Pink Friday. You must be. Is it, what's the name of that goddamn song? I can't Maybe it's the next album. Am I tripping? Maybe it's the Pink Print. Is it not her? Yeah, what the hell? Why does that song come in and I can't even, I'm not even sure it's her, but I could have sworn. Oh, uh, the words are escaping me. The words. That's her first thing. That's way not what I'm talking about. I could have sworn it's like on this. I don't even know. Moment. Could it be this? Is this it? For some reason, I. I don't even know. I quit. I don't know. Let me. I'll figure it out later. I'll figure it out. I gotta connect my Bluetooth. Turn it on. I don't keep my Bluetooth on because people will mess with you. I don't think they could connect to my AirPods. Oh, you know. I could have sworn it was like moments of light. No, that's a different song than the other one. It might be the same song. Maybe it's a different part of the song. Um, I gotta close you. I don't know which. I have so many of these. Why isn't it automatically connecting like normal? Okay, let me put them back in first. Now you're connected right after I put you back in. That's, okay. Now you're connected. Okay. I have to find this. I don't like songs don't usually just pop up out of nowhere, but oh, I forgot to go in the garden. I forgot to go in the garden. I'm gonna finish this. I'll do the garden tomorrow. It's supposed to rain anyway. I think this might be it. No, this is not the song. I'm talking about the one. It is Nicki Minaj, but it's not this moment of life. Um, I'm pretty much there. Okay. Okay, let's do this. The hell is this shit? This is a whack ass shit. Talk about I'm a fairy. Gap. Wow, what the hell kind of shit is putting in the music? Oh my god, that's terrible. He's a fairy. I'm a fairy. Somebody's a goddamn fairy. I don't know who, but I'm not gonna listen to no more of it to find out who the fairy is. Okay, what is going on in the hip hop scene, baby? It's one thing to let good women get in the game, but what the hell is going on? Okay, who's gonna? What the hell is this? I'm very. I don't listen to like. That's horrible. That's so horrible. That is so damn bad. But I can listen to Gorilla now, shit, but I'm about to listen to her because I can't take it. Mm, mm. Ooh, oh God. Energy, LE, ATE. Fuck that. Baby, Glow is the bomb. Okay, I don't know what the hell the rest of that be, man. And what the hell was that? A very. I can't. Gorilla. They don't know what's going on, bro. They don't know. On God. Bitch, I'm from Memphis. Did you know about me in the GLO and the GLE? $50. ATE. Hell yeah. Can't mess with her, man. Wiping me down. I'm wearing booty shorts because my paper long. And it's Friday night. My bitch, you ain't at home. Because you drink alone. Face is cute. There you go. SEXYYRED. I don't know what the hell that is. I'm wearing booty shorts because my paper long. I'm getting air. Face. Mm, 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 mm. I'm wearing booty shorts because my paper long. Ooh, I like that beat. That beat is awesome. It was good before she used it. She's so ATL, baby. She ATL. She said she's so ATL, baby. I might be able to do it. Sound local. It sounds okay. Okay. We're gonna give it make. Let's go to the next step, y'all. Next step. I would have been finished this, y'all would put music on. Okay, that was number okay, I'm still on number 9. They say right sides together, boom, 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 stitch it right at the shoulders from the neck. Yeah, I did that. And then be careful. I said that trim back neck seam and corners. That's where we're going to trim it. And clip shoulder seam allowance at end of facing. And that clip front shoulder seam. Now, so I'm going to assume I'm going to assume that I know what they're talking about, okay? Because they're not giving us enough information. Because trimming and clipping, okay? So you have what I'm mean is that most people don't know what those terms mean. What does trimming mean and what does clipping mean? Okay, I'm about to tell y'all what those mean. I do know what they mean because I know what you need to do, right? I know what needs to be done. Let me get my scissors. Okay, so the first thing they say is, these things pop out my ear. That's why I don't like them. And as soon as I touch them, they start again. Okay, just stop. Yeah, stop. Okay, so I did the stitching. They want me to trim that neck seam. Okay, this is the back neck that I just sewed on. They want me to trim it, and that's what I'm gonna do. Trimming just means exactly what it means. Trim, right? So we're gonna take that large seam allowance, and I'm gonna cut it. It was 5/8, right? We know that because I lined it up and all that. And then we're just gonna trim it. I'm gonna make it. Let's do. I'm taking off like a quarter of an inch, which I should take off more, right? But I'm just. I will cut off more. Let me see how much more. But I want to make sure I don't accidentally start cutting all your other things. Okay, make sure that it's just what you need underneath there. So I want to go to 1/4 of an inch, which is good. Okay, so I'm trimming that 5/8 down to 1/4 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch, 0.75, y'all. If y'all need all those different things, okay. So I trimmed it. Here's the trimming part that I took off. See that? Now, then it says clip front shoulder seam allowance at end of facing. Now, clipping usually, let me show y'all what. Remember what let's see this, they have some excess, but don't worry about that. Right? But y'all notice you still got that excess of that V-neck. And I'm gonna make sure that's what they talk about before I cut. Like I said, you gotta be very careful of what we're trimming. Not even a piece that I'm leaving from. Because they're not really giving you no real information for real, right? They didn't even have the overhang to show you that, but they're telling you, and that's why I mentioned it earlier, that you're gonna have overlap and keep it there. But it says trim back neck seam and corners. Okay, so we're gonna trim that. I got that. I trimmed that. Cool. clip front shoulder seam allowance. The front shoulder seam allowance. No. Now, clipping usually means just clipping. Clipping means, you see where I trimmed it, usually what I would have done, I guess I could do both. It's when you take it and you clip it, because it is on a curve, right? This is a curve. But I don't know what the hell they're talking about, because they mentioned something else. Okay, I don't want to trim this all the way down, because I am going to what I call understitch this to make sure this don't pop up on him at all. They may tell me to do that, but I haven't seen it yet. I haven't moved on. I'm trying to understand what the hell they're talking about with all this other crap. Okay, because they talk about clip front shoulder seam. I'm not understanding what's going on right now, because I remember I only basted the shoulder seam in place. I have not, so I haven't put this. I put this. That's not a construction stitch. Baby, this is bad. This is bad. This is so bad. Oh my God, this is so bad. Yo, this is bad. I'm reading through. I'm sorry. I'm reading really quickly to see when they gonna tell me to actually put a construction stitch in this shirt at the shoulders. I know I did not miss it. Okay, I'm backing up. We gonna back up, because maybe I missed it. They told me to baste the front and back shoulder seams. The word is based. Basting means to make a basting stitch. It's not a construction stitch. It's not a permanent stitch. It's actually just a basting. That's what they told me at 7. At 8 is when they told me to interface the back piece that we working with, right? The back facing. And they told me that I could complete it by, protecting the edges. I didn't do that part. But okay, we moved past that. Was number 8. Number 9 says, with right sides together, pin back facing to neck, shoulder edge, right? Over front, matching center back and small dot. Stitch shoulder and neck edges. Maybe that's what, is that what it, wait, stitch shoulder and neck edges? But but they're not the pivoting with needle and fabric. Maybe that's okay. Okay. I was about to be like, what? So they did want me to sew this on, but they wanted me to sew the stitch and then pivot and put that on. Okay. Ooh, Lord. I was about to say, I know they're not gonna have my husband walk around with no basting stitch. That shirt will fall apart at any time, baby. Okay. It's not clear. It's like, you see where it's not clear. First, they don't say sew the shoulder seam. They talking about sewing this on, which I did do, but I see what they mean now. Okay. You got to read it and you got to understand what to say. God. That's why. Okay. Now I'm going to sew a real construction stitch, and I'm going to sew it at the right seam allowance, which is 5/8. Now, I'm going to measure that just a little bit. I don't need to measure the whole thing. I just need to know where about 5/8 is. Right? And I told y'all where 5/8 is, right? Remember I told you it's the notch right after the 1/2 inch. And I'm gonna put one there. And once I see where that is from what I already sewn, I'll be able to gauge it on there. Okay. So I only dotted it one time. What I'm gonna do is and what I noticed is that 5/8 is, let me see when I play that. I'm gonna move my needle, or let me just put that on the inside. No, that's not further enough. That's the center. If I put that in the center, rocket on the center, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put that there, and I'm gonna move my needle first. Let me put it in the center and move my needle to what I think. Oh, well, I said I got an error. That's something right. I must have pressed something by accident. No, something's not right. Yeah, okay, I pressed something wrong. Yeah. Yeah, okay, now we right. Okay, I'm gonna put this here, and I'm gonna move that needle. And it's telling me I have an error, and I'm not sure why. Oh, okay, I know why. What I do? I take it off that. Okay, now we got it. Now we rock. And now I should be able to move my needle. Okay, so if I rock along this, my needle will put me at 5/8 automatically. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start here. Now, this is the part that I just like, because I could have done my sleeve before. It'll be easier for me. Okay, so let me explain this a little bit. Before I sew that shoulder in place, I'm gonna go and I want to finish my sleeve. I'm gonna show you how it's gonna be easier. They, I want to do as much as they want me to do first, but if I don't do this now, it's not gonna be able to done. So normally, once you sew the shoulders, right, and everything together, then they're gonna have you come in and uh, and kind of do some things to fix your sleeve, hem your sleeve. But I'm gonna show y'all how I'm gonna hem that sleeve beforehand. Okay, I could make bias tape and finish the seam. That'll be cute too. But this is the sleeve, and I'm gonna iron it and fold it over twice, and sew it before I do anything else. I could continue with the shoulder first. That it really don't matter at this point. But yes, stay together. It's only so I'm gonna do some measuring, see how much I want to do it, so I can make sure that the other side is the same. So I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna make it an inch. I think it's like an inch and a quarter. I can see where the notch is. Okay. So the first thing I'm gonna do. Remember, you could do things easy, or you could do it their way. You could do it how you want to do it. It's yours. Trust me, I'm gonna make it as easy as possible for you. Okay. So I'm gonna take 1/4 of an inch. It doesn't have to be exact. You can eyeball it. It's a small first one, and then you're gonna do another one, which is gonna be a little longer. You see what I mean? Okay. I'm gonna take off the. I don't need the steam. So just a fourth of an inch in the beginning. Nothing too big. That one actually looked like more like an 8, but whatever. Come on this side and do the same thing. Little piece of it, little piece of it. Hey Siri, play music. Hey Siri. Siri not listening to me. Oh, she can't hear me through these earbuds. I forgot. I don't know how to do it, y'all, when I got up earbuds or whatever these things called. Past people that. Something called whatever. I think I may have heard it before. I don't know. He said 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 bit something. What? Okay, that's my first time really listening to this. Let me hear what she talk about. She said, whenever bitch, it's whatever hoe. We could do it right now. We can look it to the dude. God damn it. My back. Mm. Mm. Oh. Mm-mm-mm-hmm. It's whatever, bitch. It's whatever, hoe. Okay. She said, it's whatever, bitch. It's whenever, hoe. Okay. I got it. I feel it. I love me some Meg. Okay. I love her music. And she ain't just saying no any goddamn thing, okay? Whatever, hoe. Whatever, bitch. Whenever, bitch. Whatever. It whenever. It's whatever. It's whenever. It's whatever. It's whenever. It's whatever. You could take it out the door. It's supposed to be bigger than that. Whatever. It's whatever. It's whenever. 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 It's okay. He's in love with Glow. Never got to cook it, but my name tatted. Superwoman don't want to be saved, don't save him. Tatum. He don't want to be cooked, don't keep him. Hot. You want to be saved, don't save him. Channing Tatum. He don't want to be. I'm not your baby. Channing Tatum. He don't want to be. Don't keep him. Don't keep him. Go man. Go man. Go man. Go man. Go man. Get him glow. 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 Whew. Damn. Damn. Okay. What she doing? Okay. Damn. Ken the man. Why is it Ken the man? Was it short? Okay, y'all. So this is easier than after it's in a circle to stitch it. You could stitch it down like this. Now, And so that's what I am going to do. I'm just trying to see if I want to do it after I put the uh, the actual construction stitch in the shoulder, because I'll have less bulk in there if I do that first, and then I could chip that away. So that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna do the construction stitch real quick. The iron kind of put everything in place for me. So even if I decide not to stitch it, the this in the moment, it's still kind of imprinted through the iron to be there for me. But what I'm gonna do the construction stitch now. Okay. And then I'm gonna come and do that before I close it up. So let's do that construction stitch. Fold that out a little bit. I did the measurement with, okay, yeah. So based on what I've already done, I know that when if I put that on my basis stitch, my needle will fall at 5/8, and I just go straight across. But I'm not just going straight across, I'm going straight across, and then I gotta go and pivot is what they want me to do. Am I gonna pivot? I might do a 1-2 stitch pivot, but I've already stitched the part around the back. I've already done that, so I don't have to do that. Okay. So, but I may do it. I may just go across it again. I doubt it. We'll see when I get there. I'll see. Because, yeah, my stitch will be at that 5/8. Remember, I trimmed it off. Remember, I trimmed off that already. So, here we go. Okay. Oh, man. But the numbers didn't look right, so I adjusted, and now I have to adjust it back. Where was that? What was it? 5.0? No, let me do this again. Put you right there. Let's see now. Put you here. Drop that needle. If I move you over a little bit. You're exact. Okay. We good now. We don't want a lot of bulk, but the truth is this fabric is lightweight, really nice as far as that. I don't really have to worry about all that. Okay. Oh, that did not catch. I'm stepping on a shoe again. Something's not right. Yeah, something don't look right. Okay. We gotta see what's going on. It isn't. That wasn't looking right. I don't know, something about just knowing your machine. There you go. Can you stitch it? Yeah, okay. About to kick it up, baby. Damn. Did I run out of it again? I'm playing chicken with this on. Must be. I'm playing chicken with my bobbin. Yeah, that's good. Not to come across. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Oh yeah. Okay, that's cool, y'all. So what I've done is I've now made a construction stitch because I was getting a little worried with their instructions and the way they I don't even know what these that doesn't even say this, but okay. Right sides together. Trim back neck seam and corners. That's the and clip front shoulder seam allowance at end of facing. Clip front shoulder seam allowance at the front facing, which I do know that. Okay, so this the front facing. Okay, look like I missed a spot. Did I want that in the shoulders? I wonder. Let me just trim that out of there. Okay, let me show them cut. Okay. Why? Wait. Oh, I didn't go across that. I have to go across that. Okay, that's the V-neck. And the V need to be in the shoulder seams. Why? I got some skipping going on now that I noticed. Let me look and see what's going on. Oh, good. I'm going to look at it in a better light. But I do see skip stitches. And that is not good. A skip stitch is almost like a hole. Okay. I mean, especially if it's more than one skip stitch, if it's like a whole 5 skips and then now you've definitely got a hole in it, right? Checking. It looks good. Before I start doing any trimming. Is that a skip stitch? Yeah. A skip stitch right there. It's like a. Let me see if I have any more. If I do, I'm gonna grab my. Change the needle. Well, it's just in that one spot. Why? Is that where it started? Maybe. We'll try it again. Something I'm doing, but I just saw it skip again. I'm not sure why. It doesn't like me. It's doing well when I'm stitching slow, but I just saw it skip again and again. Yeah, skip. Okay. We're going to do a few things really quickly to fix that. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change the needle. I know the needle, it should be worn out by now. But let me grab some of this first. Make sure, I know I should have some. It's a double needle. $2.12. I'm not, when it comes to numbers like that, I'm not confident. I gotta look that up. I should have been changed the needle. I heard it. I knew it needed to be changed. Trash this needle. And how do I trash the needle? I put them back in these little cases. And then what I do is I put the whole thing in the trash bag. If I can get it back in here. Since this was the last one anyway, the one that I just put in. I'll put that in here. I'm gonna put this in the trash. I don't want anybody to accidentally stick themselves. Picking up trash and things like that. Let's see. I don't know, this didn't go in here, to be honest. But it don't matter. Okay. I just want to put it in the trash. When I get a chance, I'll put it in the trash. Oh, before I do that, I also want to wind a bobbin. Let's do a bobbin real quick. And knowing this one gonna run out really soon. How soon, I have no idea, but it don't matter. Back, my neck, my back, my Well, yeah. Okay, let's find you. That sounds good. Let her cook. Let her cook. I mean, you wait? No. Let her cook. Mm-mm. 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 Okay, let's see where we at. Please don't tell me both sides, is it? Look like it. No, this one's good. Mm-mm-mm. Let it cook. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Let me cook. Mm-mm. Let me cook. Something wrong. Cut on something. Let me cook. Let me cook. Hmm. When the room will hold you down, baby, you're supposed to drown. I turn you. Oh, they told me not to catch that. Didn't they tell me not to? Yeah, let's back up. When the room will hold you down, bitch, you're supposed to drown. I turned you out. Brokey. Nigga not your bitch. Nigga not your hoe. It's evident. Facts. It's so like a souvenir. Means I turned you out. Brokey. Nigga not your bitch. Nigga not your hoe. He in a bad mood. Bitch, I turned you out. Brokey. Nigga not your bitch, brokey. Nigga not your hoe. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. And then we're gonna do the sleeve before I do whatever they want me to do. But let me see what they want me to do first. Maybe. My back is killing me. Oh. Oh, my back. Bust down. Okay. Okay. What's going on? And Benny Manifold, fucking missionary. Hollow. Hollow. Hmm. Hmm. Did I do it all? Gotta make sure no holes, y'all. Hollow. Hollow. Okay. Hollow. Nope, look good. Hmm. My back, my neck, my back. It really hurts like that. My back hurt. Okay, whew. How long do I take medicine? Well, are you kidding me? Whew. Good God. Um, wasn't that like 4:30? It just seemed like I haven't been here that long. It seemed like I just, I don't know. He wasn't here. He was, yeah. My back is hurting. Jeez. I don't even know what I did with the medicine. I don't even know what. I'm in pain. Ah, oh, my back. Ooh. Okay, I'm going to get up for a minute. Mm. It hurt. I don't remember moving from this area. Should mean my medicine should be in this area. I see. Oh, I actually see it. I was about to say I see the pills, which that's what I was looking for. I was looking for this because the other half is in here. Oh my God, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh. 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 It's so bad. Oh. Mm. Mm. It's so bad. It's so bad. It was over. I felt like it. That's so bad. That's so bad. And I'm sitting. This chair is so comfortable. It. Oh boy, my back. Oh. Oh. I'm trying to. Oh my God, so bad. Yo, it's so bad. It's so bad. Whew. Come on, back pain. Oh. Oh. something to get my mind off it. It's so bad. It's so bad. Ooh, come on, please, please. It's so bad. Oh, oh God. Come on. Hmm. Ooh. Back. I need something to move to or something. Who that was? Come on. Medicine kick in, please. Let me find something different. I don't need that. Help me, help me, help me, baby. Chris Brown or something, I don't know. Oh, shit. Oh, my back, my back, my back, my back. Oh, okay, it's getting a little better. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm with the wrong crowd. I can make you a believer if you turn the nonsense down. I keep the secrets in a safe house. Better if I don't speak. Devils trying to tempt me, they just outline my shape out. Place me at the crime scene. I can see from this high up. You ain't got the heart, girl. Privacy is for the cheater. I will flee your Oh, my back. Kick in, please. Whew. Oh, God. Mm. Okay, feeling a little better. A little better, a little better, a little better. Go back up, back up, back up, back up. I'm gonna move. Mm. So bad. Oh, God. Mm-mm-mm-mm. I ain't fighting back. Simply came in a body. Why? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. When I'm on that good shit. Who back? Mm. I can't even read these words. I'm in so much pain. God, Jesus. Okay, come on. Let me get back on. I cannot read right now. Whew. Okay, trim back, neck, seam, and corners. Clip front shoulder seam lines. Okay, here we go. This is what they're saying to do. Even though it could be confusing based on what they say and what they mean, okay? I mean, even I, who don't, well, I don't read patterns, so it would be a little understanding that I don't Let me turn this off. It's understandable that I don't know much about reading patterns, but the few times in my life that I read patterns, they wasn't straightforward. And one time, it was so confusing. I was stuck. Okay. Um, on some product. I forgot what I was making. I think it was some type of shirt. May have even been a scrub top years ago. I don't know. But so that's what they want me to take care of this part first. Okay. Um, and based on, let me go a little further. What the hell is this? Did it make me do that after that number? That's number 15. Let's see. Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why, especially with this type of sleeve, you don't have to wait to the end. And when it's already kind of sewn up to do your hem of your sleeve, do it ahead of time. Okay. Now, I am going to clean up some of these things. I'm gonna show y'all. That's crazy that they don't even mention cleaning any of this off. They make it seem like you're. It would be confusing to newbies because you see how much I have on each side of this. I have this this long tab. This is the V-neck. That's not hooked up to anything, and I have some on this side as well. Now that's crazy because if I had made this fit, if I had made this portion fit, which I could have, right? I absolutely could have. This V-neck would have been wide open like that. And then also it would have been some other issues on this side. So truly, the instructions are not good for newbies. It is good for somebody who knows some things already and you know, okay, I got this SS and it's okay to cut out. But if you tried to fit all them pieces together like the puzzle like it should be, then it would not fit. Okay. And what man wants a V-neck shirt where it's way open, way past, like, you know what I mean? Like this is definitely 2 inches. Look, that's 2 inches. That SS is 2 inches on this side and like 1.5 inch on this side. Yep, actually almost 2 inches on this side too, but it's a guess it depends on how I measure it. It's 2 inches up here, but 1.5 inch down here. So it's like 4 inches. That means in order to get that to fit, I would have been pushing this outwards so it can land. Oh, what's that? Ribs?
Yeah.
You cook my ribs?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, babe. I love ribs. He cooked my ribs. I don't know how to think about that. Like, he cooked my ribs. And his ribs be okay. But he cooked my ribs. Boy, his potatoes be awesome. Mm. Oh, yeah. Mm, 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 mm. Potatoes awesome, awesome, awesome. I don't know about what I think about him cooking my ribs, though. Um, he cooked my ribs. He cooked my ribs, though. I wanted to cook my ribs. I ain't got no complaints. I ain't got nothing to say. But good things. It does taste good. um, well, the sauce too. I didn't taste the meat. Kind of tastes like my sauce too. Probably might have went through the cooking book, okay, my cookbook. I could tell that it's not exactly my sauce because I don't see no onions and I don't see no bell pepper, little pieces of. But mm, I don't know. It's good. Okay, I ain't got nothing to say. But good thing. Good thing. Don't say nothing at all. But good thing. But it does taste good. Probably not a cook, so I not cook certain things. The potatoes are awesome. Um, Damn. Now I gotta wash my hand real quick. Mm. I only touched it with them two fingers, but I gotta wash my whole hand off. Yeah, nothing wrong with it. Okay. Now my hand's a little wet. Let the air dry a little bit. Ooh, my back is feeling so much better. Y'all, I can see again. I can see. I can see. Yeah, the pain be so. It just I could barely speak. It'd be so painful, and yell alone trying to read and focus on something. I'm still in pain, yes, but it's not at that level of pain. Okay, so I'm always in pain. Whew. I feel my back is hurting though. Okay, my back is hurting. Ah, whew. That was just that was a lot. That was a lot. Still painful. Hmm. Okay, let me go back to what I was doing. I can focus again at least a little bit. I was talking about something. Okay. So yeah, what I was saying is the the V. If I would have, I could have made it fit, and I would have had to push it out. Y'all understand that, right? Because it's in closer. That's why I have access. If I wanted to make it fit to the pattern piece, I would have had to push it out, and the V would have been just wider, right? This is a man, right? Um, and I know he wouldn't want no big deep V going all the way almost from shoulder cap to shoulder cap, you know. So this pattern, simplicity 8088, I think that's the name, is flawed in many ways. If you are a beginner, I wouldn't recommend it. But if you are you know something about patterns, you figure things out, then yeah, you will get it and you'll be able to make the scrub top. Um, if you're expert, you're gonna be frustrated. If you intermediate, if you know lots of things and you understand angles and measurements and how things work, you're not gonna like this pattern. You're gonna be like me. You're gonna be over here just trying to do a video. Okay, trying to make a video work, just trying to get it. Truth is, before I turned on that camera and typed in simplicity 8088, I knew already this is a frustrating pattern. Okay. Too knowledgeable, and you'll think just like you heard me say, why would they do this instead of this? No, why would I do that when I'll do it this way? You know what I mean? Um, and I'm not trying to go against what they're saying just to act like I'm better, but I'm actually saying that what I've chosen to do is actually better. Right? That's what I'm actually saying. I'm not even trying to say that I'm saying that. When to show you how to do that V-neck, I showed you the best way to do that V-neck. Okay? Whatever they was trying to get me to do or would get you to do do not do that. Do not do it. You're going to be frustrated. And if you are a beginner, you are not going to finish your project because that V-neck going to come out so bad. And you're going to wonder, what did I do wrong? And either one or two things going to happen. Either one thing, you're going to force yourself to finish it. You're not going to be happy with it. Because at that point, remember, this was the beginning of everything, right? The first thing I did was put the pocket on, which was simple. The second thing I did was put the V-neck on. And then it would have been over for you. You would have either hurry up and rush through it just to get it done, and you would have had a lot of flaws with it. You wouldn't have liked it because you would have understood that you did something wrong. You wouldn't have known what you did wrong, but it really wasn't you, it's the pattern. Or you would have said, oh my God, this is terrible, it looks bad, and you would have threw it to the side. Those are the two type of people. There's other people too. They got people who burn the whole house down when shit don't go their way. I ain't talking about all them multiple people, but that's what happened. And it would have happened in the beginning of the project. Due to their writing, you think they sit there and say, well, this is the best way to do it. No. Back in the day, they didn't even have instructions on how to put patterns together. Like you had a pattern piece in a pattern. Boom. And those was for patterns. Like before that, people was making stuff without patterns. People think, oh, patterns came first. No, patterns didn't come first. Okay, patterns didn't come first, and patterns shouldn't be first. Okay. So what I'm saying is, I don't know what they're gonna have me do. I guess I could quickly. I'm gonna read through it. Okay, I'm gonna read through the whole. It's not but a couple of more of what they want me to do to this top, and then I'm gonna do everything based on what it is. Okay, what it is, baby. But it's gonna be and what's gonna be best. Okay, so I'm at number. I thought I was at 9. 9 said with right sides together, pin the back face into the neck and shoulder edge, matching centers, all that good crap. Telling me about some dots. And I'm against the dots already, okay? Don't worry about the dots, but I do know why they put dots there. I just don't know why they dots instead of like a notch. And I also don't know why I think they did that. And then when you mess up, they'll have something to blame it on. They'll say, no, you didn't listen. There's a dot. Because it don't add up, right? It don't add up. They could have said something different, okay? And then they say, stitch shoulder and neck edges, pivoting with needle in fabric at small dot, being careful not to catch the finished edge of the neck band. And see, they brought that dot in. It's one of them things that they put that dot there and tell you if you pivot there, you're going to be good. But then I'm telling you, you see what all this is right here? If I told you that dot would have been in this space on these ends, then what would you say? What dot? Like, hey, it's not fitting right because the dot is not even in the project. You see? If I call them and complain, and they'll be like, well, yeah, that's instructions, and the instructions say pivot at the dot. If I say, well, the dot is not even in the project the way it should be, then they would say, well, you should have did it the way we told you to do it. And then I would have been like, well, if I do it the way you tell me to do it, then it's gonna be off centered. The sleeve's gonna be off centered, and they'll be like, nah, how we know? And I'll be like, because, and then I'll just be able to just say because, right? The dots is their reasoning to be able to say you ain't do it right. Okay, I know that may sound like I might be rambling, but I could show you where that dot would have been. Now, are they talking about the dot on the V? No, they talk about the dot on the. Okay, I'll see the piece right here. There's a dot right there. I'm putting it this way so y'all can see. I'm showing you what a dot would be. Dot would be right here. That's outside of my seam allowance. Number one, if you measure this pattern piece ain't, this pattern piece is no good. That is the pattern itself is okay, but that dot is in the wrong spot. Okay, that dot is in the wrong spot, and people will rely on that dot, and you will be trying to get it, and you won't be able to get it. So don't worry about the dot. Okay, maybe I'll draft one of these and show y'all how to do this, and you don't have to worry about no little dots and notches. Like, what? Why is that notch there? That, right? You probably think about that's a notch so you can notch it up and you can put it where. But this is the center back right here. Why didn't they just have a notch at the center back? It's a small piece. It was folded, and it made this loop. What I need a notch here, notch there for? Like, that's why I say patterns are for it's children. It's a children piece, puzzle piece. So it's okay. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you need to look at this like what it is. It's a children's puzzle, and it's not even a good children's puzzle because children would do better without it. Yeah, children would do better without it. I don't think I've ever come across anybody sewing who haven't run into an issue when they following the directions and trying to follow. That's why most people who do their sewing, they successful at their channels or whatever, they don't go by the instructions. And some people be like, well, why you didn't go by the instructions? You wouldn't have the problem. No, it's the opposite. You had a problem going by the instructions. Okay? You had a problem going by the instructions. Anyway, so they telling me I was at 9, right? I did everything on 9, but they want me to stitch the shoulder, the neck, pivot at the fabric, go to the dot and be careful, right? They want me to be very careful and not capture my V-neck. Okay, that's what they told me. And then they said, and I had to read that again to even know, because remember before that they was talking about the facing, and then they went to stitch shoulder and neck edges. Okay. In the same as 9 supposed to be dealing with the back facing, but within 9 dealing with the back facing, they started talking about the shoulder. And so remember, I missed it when I was like, wait a minute, and I had to go back and read it back because I was like, this ain't right. This cannot be right. Like I was about to throw the whole shit away. not my project. I'm gonna finish it. Okay, I already know. Look how I'm gonna finish this thing. But I was about to just throw all this away. Okay. And then I said, wait, let me go back and reread. Okay. And it makes the reason why it'll be confusing is because they took when you was dealing with the pocket, you only dealt with the pocket. When you were dealing with the V-neck, you only dealt with the V-neck. And so now your brain knows, okay, they going based on the pieces, right? Number 1 was this. Number 2 was the V-neck. As far as folding together things, number 3 was also the V-neck. And then number 4, then that's how they were doing it. Okay. And now here we are at number 9. No, number 9. So number 8 dealt with just this piece, like fuse it. And then they say, hey, protect it, which I didn't do, right? Because it's already protected in my own way. And then now we're at number 9. They say, okay, take the front and the back. And with the front sides together, which you already got front sides together, it says pin back facing, right? Because they wasn't talking about the front and back of they talk about the front of this piece to this piece. You see, they want it right sides together. So now they're talking about the facing. And then they threw in not even it's still number 9 where you're dealing with this, and then they threw in the shoulders. And that's what with the confusion. But anyway, we're gonna go to 10. Clip front. Wait, before I go to 10, it says trim back neck seam and corners. They want me to trim this. I will trim that, but only when I'm ready. And when I'm ready, gonna be when I decide what I'm gonna do next, not what they tell me to do. And then they say clip front shoulder seam allowance. Clip front shoulder seam allowance at end of facing. Clip the front shoulder. This I'm not. What is the front shoulder seam allowance? And then when I look at the picture, I need better light. Y'all, it's bad. Let me see. We're on number 9, right? Number 9. They're not showing me. I don't know what they're talking about. The front shoulder seam. Clip front shoulder seam allowance at the facing. And I'm going to tell you what I think they may be saying, but I'm not sure, right? Because remember, they say clip. It says, and this is verbatim, clip. Clip is no commas or nothing, right? This is what it says. Clip front shoulder seam allowance at end of facing. Clip front shoulder seam allowance. Clip front shoulder seam. Clip front shoulder seam allowance at the end of the facing. So it sounds like are they talking about the facing? At the facing, or are they talking about the facing? And so when I think about it, I'm like, well, what is the front seam allowance? The front shoulder. And then I'm like, well, I don't know what the hell they talking about. And clip front shoulder seam allowance. That just can mean so many things. Clip, it could say clip front shoulder seam allowance at the end of the facing. Or it can mean clip the front shoulder seam allowance at the end of the facing. And the way that could be read is that they're talking about the facing. Like at the shoulder seam, clip, which that's what I think they may be kind of saying. I don't know. And then they got a picture and they're not showing you none of that. But we're going to move past because, like I said, I'm going to end up doing what I want to do. Number 11 then says turn facing to inside, press and shoulder seams open. See, that's we talking about the facing. And then number 11 said on outside top stitch from back neck edge. What? On outside top stitch 1 1/8 from back neck edge and 1/4 from first stitch. What? On outside top stitch 1 1/8 from back neck edge and 1/4 from first stitching connecting to previous stitching on front neck edge as shown. What? $0. They like it's almost like they don't have no commas where maybe they could possibly help so you can understand what they are absolutely talking about. It says on outside. I can only assume, based on what I said earlier, that they're talking about this, right? Because that's how they They did things. So I'm assuming they're talking about the back facing. But we add another number. I don't know what they're talking about because they say top stitch. So before they wanted me to do this, right, they told me to turn it to the inside like this. That's what they told me, right? That's what you do with a facing. You turn it on the inside. And they want me to press it. Press the shoulder seams open. Okay, cool. I got that, right? I'm not going to do that. Not the way they're doing it. And then they said on the outside, top stitch. They want me to top stitch this thing down. Okay. Now, but if I read it, you like top stitch from the back neck edge, right? A foot from first stitching. What in the hell is first stitching? And then they want me connecting to previous stitching on the front as shown. But where's all that? When did all that stitching happen that they want me to connect? Now let me go back. I gotta go. Maybe I need to go all the way up to 8. Stitching shoulder neck edges, pivoting with needles. No, that's number 9. Okay, I did all. Let's go to 8. Maybe there's some stitching that I don't see the stitching that they're talking about. They want me to go and restart some new stitches or after doing some old stitches, connecting new stitches to old stitches. That don't make no sense. So we're not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna show you how to do it the correct way. Maybe they even mean what I'm about to do. I have no idea what the word they mean. Okay, but I will not be telling y'all to. Definitely, I will not be telling you to top stitch this thing down. We're gonna understitch this thing down. Oh Lord. Okay, that's the difference, baby. We're gonna do some what they call understitching. Okay, and we ain't gonna have to top stitch. If you want to top stitch it, you can, but I don't understand why they want me to top stitch from some old stitches to some new stitches. I don't know. I don't know what they're talking about. So here we go. Before I even do all of that, okay, I could do that first, or we could do it. As long as this thing stay open, we good. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna stick with this because that's what we're working. I'm gonna iron this. This is called a God damn it, facing. This is a back facing. What is a facing? A facing helps you get a clean edge. I could, if I wanted to, I could put a facing on the arms and have a nice nice area right up in here if I wanted to. Now you could put it around your neck. You could put a facing at the bottom. You could do facings and they always come out good. Of course, you would use the facing. You know, you want something that gonna make your garment better. Facing is good. Okay, facing is good. Or you could do a lining, a full lining of the shirt. That'll make it look real pretty too. Okay, so I stitched this, which y'all saw, and I clipped it. Even though I thought they was gonna tell me that, they did not tell me that, right? Which is a bad thing if you don't do this on any curves. Anything you sew that has curves, you clip because you want to release the tension in it. Okay, look like I sewed down one of my little clippings right here. That's okay. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start. Gotta get the iron to go again. While I do that, I'm gonna grab some of this good old food, baby. I'm gonna grab, okay, because Mom is hungry, and not only that, she loved ribs. Hubby made my Mother's Day thing. Okay, she loved her some ribs. Now my ribs, I like ribs that fall off the bone, where it don't even be on the bone when you give it to me on the plate, and all I could do is pick up the bone and suck on the bone for the flavor, but the meat has already fallen off. That's what I like. And if I would have made this, this would have been like a gravy to barbecue. It would have been some rice, and you would have had that on the rice. You would have had a full fledged meal. When hubby cooked, he made some potatoes, and he wouldn't make no rice because he'll say it's too starches. Now, I don't know where in life who taught that, because we know, yes, when they was teaching us about what's a starch and protein and things like that, we did get taught that. And yes, I did get taught that potatoes are a starch and rice is a starch along with a few other things. But you know what I never got taught? That you can't have two starches. I never heard that ever in my whole life, until hubby. It's almost like you can't have two fruits. You can't have no apples and no oranges mixed up. Why? Because they're two fruits. Uh, oh, you can't have no chicken and no ribs. Why not? Those are two meats. You can't put no pepperoni on no pizza with no ground beef. Why not? Those are two meats. And for some reason, though, when it comes to him and starches, I guess it's like a rule. It's a whole rule that you can't break. Because his potatoes are good, but I'm from the South and I love rice. Like I don't eat rice because the feeling or I had to. Nobody made me eat it. I eat rice because I love rice. I like potatoes too, but I like rice better than I like potatoes. But I like these potatoes because I don't really like potatoes that much. I mean, potatoes are potatoes. Okay. Um, if I make dressing, if I make turkey drippings, turkey right with the gravy, and I make a rice, but I also um made some stuffing. Hubby will he'll eat all the meats. He'll put the turkey on his plate, the ham on his plate. If we got some roast beef, baby, he'll put the roast beef on the plate. He'll put the rolls on his plate. He'll put the green beans and the collard. He don't eat collard greens. I didn't even think he really ate snap beans until he ate my snap beans. My beans, you know, it's not no regular snap beans. I don't make no side dish with no green beans. Green beans is a main dish in the household when I cook them. Now, if you got some green beans that's a side dish, which I'm not saying that never happened in my house, I'm telling you that's only happened when I had to make them for him because he don't eat corn or cabbage and things like that. So I hurry up, open a can of beans, me and put some pepper in and warm them up and give them to him. But green beans is a full-fledged meal with meat in it, potatoes in it. You know what I'm saying? We might have some sausage in it. Could have turkey in it. You can have all kinds of different types. And what's going on, Lena? Lena said, but my husband would said rice doesn't have a flavor. Well, rice. I guess if you don't cook rice with flavor, it don't have flavor, right? Meat don't have flavor if you don't put nothing to bring out the flavor, right? Some people put butter on their rice, right? Some people, like I add salt while I'm cooking the rice, which gives it the flavor. And then I make gravies, right? You make gravies and or sauces or whatever people want to call them. And rice is filling. When I put see that barbecue sauce that's on top of that meat, that also can be added. Put that on top of the rice. Oh, and it's so good. It's like, why you just got this flavor just on this piece of meat? Boom! Why is it just on this piece of meat, baby? let me tell you what to do. Ooh, I'm gonna add that flavor. Boom to this rice. You're gonna mix that up, and it's gonna be so good. Yeah, barbecue sauce is the gravy that I make. That's what barbecue sauce is. It's just a sauce. It's just a gravy, and you add it to meats, and you can add it to rice, and you can add it to potatoes, right? People get mixed up in their things like cheese sauce. Cheese sauce is a gravy, right? People don't know that. That's why you get sick as hell. People do not be mixing when they make their macaroni and cheese. People be adding 100 cheeses. I'd be thinking, what in the hell? Your guts gonna be light. Why would you do that? They still trying to make the best macaroni and cheese, and they think by adding all them cheeses does it. They don't understand that a cheese sauce does not have a lot of cheese in it. But you make a sauce. You make sure that the sauce thickens. So while it's baking, it will be all in your macaroni, all in mixed in, and it will bake and it will look cheesy and it will have your cheesy sauce flavor. The more cheeses you put in it, the more fucked up your macaroni cheeses. I don't understand. They don't understand it. They be sitting there talking about it's the cheesiest. And I ain't see them make no sauce. They ain't put no milk, no salt, no pepper. They just melted, let that cheese melt in there. But that's why it's dry. Man, they be messing up later. I don't understand. Cooking is a science. It's like science, or like me making this with measurements, and you have to understand what happens with things. You melt cheese. What happens if you put cheese on a frying pan? Does it fry? Does it melt and then burn? Harden? Like, what does it do? So people not using their brain when they cook. They think they're using their brain, but they're not really using their brain, right? Because all they think is, oh, cheese, and I like cheese. Oh, and I want it to be cheesy. So let me buy a lot of cheese and let me put it in there. Bam, and that's it. And so they try to figure out why it's not as it should be. Why is it dry? I can tell you why sometimes my macaroni cheese is dry. Buying low quality, cheap ass cheese from the beginning, from the jump. Not putting the money into it by buying the heavy cream to help it whip up and be creamy. But you don't need a lot of cheese to make a real cheesy macaroni and cheese. You really just need a little piece of cheese. And then you need the other things like the whipping cream or the milk, if you don't want to do the whipping cream. Half and half if you want. And you have to make it into a sauce. And then you drip it all through. The more sauce you use, it's not the more cheese you use, it's the more sauce you use, the cheesier your macaroni will be. And then you don't overcook. First, don't overcook the macaroni in the jump, because now you're going to, if they be overcooking them, and which will dry it out, and then they bake it for another whole hour, drying it even more. It has to have some moisture in it. I don't know. Like I too didn't know at one time. I'm thinking, oh, I saw a video talking about it's the cheeses, and it was like 3 cheeses. So I'm looking at them, and they look all good and gooey. But then they got to put it in the oven. And cheese, depending on what cheese, there's some cheeses that will melt and become oily. And then got some cheeses that will overcook, become real dry, almost like powdery dry. I don't know. And the young people not being taught right. I used to I don't really eat a lot of meat. I eat some chicken most definitely, and I only eat certain pieces of the chicken, right? Because I don't like dry meat. I too used to overcook my meat because I'm not a meat cooker. So I remember, like we brown our meat and then we either braise it, smother it, stew it, right? And so I remember when me and hubby first got married and we bought some steaks. I cooked it. It was good. But he didn't like it because it wasn't what he thought steak should be. But I didn't know steaks any other way. And we didn't really eat steaks. My dad ate livers, you know. I don't remember if we had steak, it wouldn't have mattered. I wouldn't have ate it. I don't, you know, we ate everything smothered or stewed, or you could have some things fried, not too many things fried, broiled, baked. We didn't even have a grill at one point, and my mom never cooked on the grill. My mom made the best barbecue. Okay, so I'm not gonna make barbecue from indoors. I'm gonna put it in that oven. We're gonna smother it with onions and everything on top. Okay, and it's gonna fall off the bone. I don't even like barbecue on a grill. I don't like that smoke taste or anything like that. So let me finish this, y'all. I'm rambling. Okay, so here we are. This is the facing to the neck, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm going to iron it, which I said that like a half hour ago. We gotta get the iron start again. And I'm gonna eat some more of this food, which is good. Hubby made so our potatoes are from potatoes, right? It's not mashed potato from a box. He peeled the potatoes. Oh, he does them so well too. I ain't pulling no potatoes, okay? Look, when I was young, when we did French fries, we peeled the potatoes and cut them up in fries and fried them. That's how I grew up. Ain't no McDonald's fries. What the hell we need McDonald's fries for? And even then, but now what I'm saying now is not what I was saying then, because I was a kid. And I was like, why we gotta eat these French fries? Why we can't get no McDonald's or Wendy's fries? We never ate at fast food restaurants like in my whole childhood up until me being in high school. I remember maybe eating a handful of times at a fast food restaurant, out and about. You know what I mean? Like, I and that I can remember every single time. That's how minimum it was, and how important I thought it was. Today, I wouldn't fucking trade these these. I wouldn't trade these for nothing at no restaurant right now. Mm-hmm. Potatoes are easy to grow too, y'all. If y'all want to know how to grow them, okay? I get a bag, get you a potato, the kind that you like, one or two of them. I'll show y'all tomorrow what to do. Okay? One potato will get you a whole yield of potatoes. You put 2 potatoes in a bag, you'll end up with about 2 10-pound bags of potatoes. You put 3 potatoes in that bag, now we're going to times 3 that, right? We're going to add another 10 pounds. 1 potato should give you like 10 pounds of potatoes. I was thinking about letting Leaky do it. I got a cup for him, put some soil in it, then put his potato in it. And as it get bigger and bigger, let him replant it. And then at the end, sometime in August, September, let him see how many potatoes he grew from that one. Mm-hmm. That's good. Probably made these. I don't know what he do, but I can taste basil, and I can taste maybe some Italian season, right? I taste the basil and also the thyme. Thyme. Tell me I call it thyme. Okay. And what else I taste? I taste butter, and the salt is there. I wouldn't know how to make these. Okay, maybe there's a recipe. I guess if somebody gave me a recipe, I could follow it, then I could do it. But yeah, these are so good. So good, so good. And the only reason I'm not eating them ribs right now, because y'all know I want to put my hands on them, baby. Okay, I want to put my hands on them. I don't want to ruin my project, okay? Don't think I'm being too cute because I'm so hungry. I just don't want to ruin the project. When I grab for them ribs, baby, I'm gonna lift them up. They gonna be lifted up. All right, and then I'm gonna eat them. Okay, so here is the. So what is this? What is something called? I may have already explained it, but I ramble, so it's okay. This is the facing. What is it? You see, it's right sides together because it's the part that's gonna make this edge right here real nice and neat. You see that? So I'm actually gonna flip that over like that. Now, if you ever had a cheap piece of clothing that had a facing, because lots of things have facing, and I don't even know if they do today. You know, back then, a lot of things have changed through the years. So forgive me if I'm talking about some shit that used to happen, but may not happen anymore. I don't really buy clothes, so I don't know what's out there like that no more. But this, I used to have things where this, I'll be at school or wherever, and the collar and this part of flip up, you know, flip up be irritating my neck. Also, like after I wash it and then I'm trying to iron it to keep it in. Like I remember those days. I've had things like that before in the past. And I used to buy from Dots and Rainbows, and they had other stores that were similar to them, which still is. I know people like to shit on Rainbows, but baby, what is called Stein and Timu and shit. They worse than motherfucking Rainbow. In fact, I think that's the clothing directly, where you can, instead of going to Rainbows to buy that cheap ass shit, we able to get it from what is called Stein. What's the name? Shein. I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't give a shit either. So that's what this is. You see, it makes a very pretty neckline. Real neat and simple, right? All I have to do was sew two edges together and turn it. So that's what that is. That's the purpose of it. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna iron it so it can take and do what I need it to do. Okay. And then what I'm gonna do though, I'm gonna sew it. But when I sew it, I want to sew it to the seam allowance. So I have a seam allowance from the shirt, the front of the shirt. I'm gonna sew this to the seam allowance to the front of the shirt. And why am I gonna do that? Is because I don't want it to pop up, right? Think about it. If I sew it to the seam allowance to the front of the shirt, and the front of the shirt seam allowance always is tucked under like that, then it's gonna keep this part tucked under like that. That's what it's gonna do. Now, based on what they was telling me to do though, they want you to fold it like that, just like I did, iron it down. And then instead of under stitching, they want me to top stitch it. They want me to top stitch it. Now, is that bad, good, or different? No. The only difference is if I do that, you're gonna be able to see the top stitch in the back. But if I do an understitch, there's no stitch. And that's the two differences, right? Is one better than the other? Depending on what the garment is and what you want. If you have a shirt you don't want no top stitching in the back, then you're gonna understitch. If you have a delicate piece of fabric, you might not want no top stitching in the back, so you're gonna understitch. And something as sturdy as this, I could just top stitch that. But that's not exactly how they said it. They just said it real confusing. I knew that they was talking about top stitching this because they actually said that part, but then they started talking about from this line to another stitch back in the day. No, so if I want to, and I may just do that, right? It may be a little easier for me. Is it easier? I don't think it's easier. But remember, I trimmed off that seam allowance. I made it real small. I made it to like 1/4 of an inch because they didn't tell me what inches to do it at. So if I go and I stitch that to that, then when I fold that, that will automatically stay folded. That's what understitching does. And top stitching also, I can just top stitch it. And I'm gonna decide which one I'm gonna do as I push this over, because I really don't have no just one in mind. It don't really matter to me. And my stitching is real nice and smooth, and therefore it won't matter which one I do, to be honest. The fabric is hefty. The thing about top stitching is you're doing it blindly, kind of blindly. I really should do what they said about trimming this before I do that. Let's do that. Let's do some trimming first. All this excess stuff is getting on my nerve. This is extra. But I want to open that up and make sure I don't accidentally clip anything wrong. Okay? We don't want to clip nothing wrong. So we're going to clip off this excess here. Okay? We're going to go on this side and do the same thing. That's that V-neck portion. Clip that off. They did tell me to clip off, even though they said it in a weird way. Weirdest way, as a matter of fact. Right here, they wanted me to clip off this excess on this facing. Gotta be careful though. They didn't even tell me how much to clip off or nothing, y'all. That's what I'm saying. They didn't give enough details, but okay. That's the shoulder, yeah. They want me to open the shoulder, which I can't really open you right there. So I'm what today is? Tomorrow's Wednesday. I don't know if he can wear this tomorrow. I don't know if it's gonna be ready. I told y'all, look, it's not that easy to make something in a day. But I could have been done this in a day. I really could have been done this in like 3 hours for real. 3-4 hours at the most. If I wasn't talking and I was just sewing. That would have included that it was already cut and already ready for me to go. If I had to add, that's another 2 hours. Cutting the pattern pieces and then cutting the fabric. Something right here. Gotta loosen that. That's good. Let me decide which one I'm gonna do. Understitch. Let's do that first. I could do both. Yeah, I could actually. I'm gonna do the understitching first, and then I'll decide if I want to do the top stitching. I think in the previous ones that I've made for him, I think what I've done is I've I think I've done the top stitching. Okay. And I came back to party in the moment. So what I do is I make sure that the seam, this, I touched something. Let me just say, okay. I'm not sure if y'all can see, but see this right here? That's the seam allowance that I've already sewn. That's the excess, and I've clipped it. I'm going to take this and sew it to that. Okay, because that will naturally want to stay to the back, which will keep this to the back. I hope that makes sense in what I'm saying. So I'm gonna kind of Okay, I have the needle. Let me see. The needle is now in the middle, and I'm going to move it over a little bit. Because I'm going to sew real close to that seam. And that should capture what I'm trying to capture. Okay, which is that seam allowance underneath. Okay. When I'm on that. Gotta make sure that seam allowance is facing the right way the whole way. My baby. Oh, it skipped. Damn, what happened? Oh, no. It was doing good, and then it skipped like a whole. It skipped a whole lot of stitches too. But the rich nigga want ya, and your nigga can do nothing for you. These hoes ain't loyal. Oh man, oh, here we go. Just got rich. I took her to the bay with me. No, we get. Big booty. Okay. Let me stop this. Siri, stop. Stop. Touch it. Now. Y'all, apparently I'm lowering it, but it's still playing. I don't know how to use them things yet. Okay, so I'm gonna show y'all. I sewed this. Y'all saw me sew it flat like this, but watch what happens when I pick it up. Look, it's falling naturally to the back. Y'all see that? Naturally, I didn't even fold it or nothing. I'm just lifting it up. And if I shake it, let me take it here and here. This is nowhere near holding it. And I shake it like that. And look what's happening. It wants to fall to the back. Why? Because I stitched it to something that wants to naturally fall to the back. And that's why. And now that's all I have to do is just iron it. And it'll never, after I iron it, it'll never peekaboo out again. Even through the wash. It'll go through the wash, even when it's wet. It's definitely going to lay where it want to lay, and that's always going to be to the side. And the reason is because I sewed it to something that's to this side. Okay? And now I don't have to have no stitches in the back here. Now if I want to, which I think I want to put my tag. I want to put Bomb Squad. I have a Bomb Squad tag right here. And what it says is Bomb Squad, and it says, I think it says Newark, Delaware. No, or do it say Delaware, USA? I think I have 2 or 3 different types. So I'm going to put that there. Yeah, baby, it's going to say Bomb Squad. Okay? I ain't got no problem wearing nothing that said bomb squad. Okay. He the captain. he could be the captain of the bomb squad, baby. Okay. Let's see here. We have lots of captains over here, but look, we got everybody's a captains in the bomb squad, to be honest. We don't have no we don't have no go first, no go get it. They was having a conversation today over there about Sharon, and that young man said, aren't most people just go getters? Like they gonna go over there, pick up the stick and bring the stick back. They just gonna go and grab the stick and bring it. You tell them to go get those sticks and bring them over here, and they gonna walk over there one at a time, grab some stick and come over here. And he said that's how most people are. I'm like, he said most people aren't managers. Just because most people are not managers does not mean that they can't have the skills of managing, right? I think most people are managing. They may not be managing other people, but hopefully they're managing their lives. his he was, man, he's so fucking literal. And when we keep telling him, he is no different than that other young man. He's not, he's a step or two above Jalen. He might be 10 steps above Randy Slowcal. Okay. And the thing is, it's weird because some of them know, right? They know due to their lifestyle, their families. They may not know, but they kind of know based on how their family deal with them. And they got caretakers, right? Got caretakers. But some of these people do not know that their issue is something, like they might be disabled. They have a disability. They don't recognize that they have a disability. And nothing wrong with that, right? It's not like it need to be pointed out or anything. But at the same time, look at that, y'all. It's laying nice, and it won't pick a boot. Even if I jump it up like that, see, it wants to lay there, and it laying real nice. I'm trying to see if I want to stitch it down for him, but even if I do, it'll be after I put the label on it. Okay, I'm not gonna put the label on right now. We're gonna do this arm. Remember, I already kind of folded them out, but I messed them up, as you can see. That's my fault. I could have pinned them. I could have pinned them, not pinned them. I could have pinned them in place. I didn't. I would suggest for everybody who's making this pattern or a pattern like this, that once you get certain things together, there's nothing wrong with you hemming your sleeve ahead of time. The easiest, quickest way is when it's wide open instead of when it's already sewn and in a circle. Okay, and you do it on your measurements. You know what size is over there, what size is over here. If you hem an inch over here, then you hem an inch on the other arm. It's as simple as that. Okay, it's really as simple as that. Should I finish this tomorrow? Or y'all want? So, what do I have left to do? Hemming these, sewing them, because I am going to do the sleeves first. Once I do that, all I have the next